Hello, Dat Boy. How's it going? I had to... Last night, a spider dropped down by my head on my way to bed, so I had to kill it while it was, like, midair. And then I was watching anime with a friend earlier today, and there's another one that fucking showed up crawling around my microphone. So I had to kill that, too. We kill spiders in this house. Fuck that shit. Or at least I do. You're about to platinum Elden Ring? I believe in you. I wrote Chapter 7. I hope I'm right about it being Chapter 7. I always forget the chapter number we're on. I'm pretty sure there's like 9 chapters. And then we do all the other routes, right? I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Wait. Camera test. Boom, it's working. Oh my god. Alright. No, this one. There we go. Whew. Plug in the controller. We're good to go. I just gotta beat Elden Beast again and get Frenzied Flame ending. Alright. I don't think I've beaten Elden Ring. I think I got halfway through. Yeah, I got like halfway through. Eventually I'll go back and beat it, but I didn't play it on stream, which is good. Then we could start it from the beginning on stream. I also have Bloodborne. Bloodborne's across the... You can't see where I'm pointing to, but I have a copy of Bloodborne. So we could play that too, at some point. We'll go through all of the Souls likes. We'll go through all of them. We'll go through all of them. Because I'm a god at video games, I can handle it. Alright. Is this good? This is good. What? 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 Facebook removed me trying to post about it? See why. I just posted Chaos Head. He's not jumping off. He's on the ledge. What's the rule? What? We don't allow people to share or send anything that contains misleading links or There is no misleading! Taking people to a website that is significantly different to what was shown or sent to them. That's not what that is. It goes to my Twitch. Talking to people to a landing page that impersonates another website. It goes to my Twitch. Disguising where a link is taking someone using repeated redirects or cloaking. It literally says twitch.wolfborg.com. What are you talking about? Read in full. Spam. What are you talking about? What? Facebook considers that spam? It just goes to twitch.wolfborg. The link says twitch.wolfborg.com. The point of it is it goes through my website subdomain and redirects you to twitch.tv/wolfborg. I don't think it's misleading you by saying twitch.wolfborg.com and then you go to Twitch. I don't think that's misleading. We don't allow people to share or send anything that contains misleading links or content. So it considers it spam. It's not spam. What? What this means for you. What'd they do? Reduction of your page distribution. I mean, you were already not distributing it. Restrictions to your page admins. Removal of your page. Sharing or sending more things that go against our rules can cause this. How we made this decision. Our technology found your content doesn't follow our community standards. As a result, our technology took action. We use the same rules around the world for everyone. Our technology and teams work in many languages to make sure our rules are applied consistently. Okay, well, you fucked up here. Okay, request review. I thought it was going to be over the image or the psychic damage thing. I thought they were trying to say that I was trying to tell people to self-harm. That's not even what's happening here. The post link, like mine, should be allowed. Post doesn't break the rules. You misunderstood this post. The restriction is too harsh. Well, that's... Okay, so it's either going to be you misunderstood this post, the post doesn't break the rules, or posts like mine should be allowed. Okay, let's say this post doesn't break the rule or you misunderstood this post. It would be both. They've misunderstood and it doesn't break the rules. So I'm going to say this post doesn't break the rules and it's not spam and it goes exactly where you expect it to go. That's what I'm going to say. Because it does. It goes exactly where you say. It goes to wolfborg.com first, sure, but it goes to the redirect. It goes to the redirect. That's it. It just redirects to Twitch. That's it. If that's not allowed, I could link it directly to twitch.tv/Wolfborg. I just need them to fucking tell me specifically that that's what they want, but... Okay, what should we know about your post? It was to raise awareness about an important issue. It's not offensive in my region. I was responding to someone else. It was a joke. Well, it's none of these things. Hold on, can I go back? You misunderstood this post. No, there's just the same options no matter which one you chose. Okay, this post doesn't break the rules. It was to raise awareness of my stream? Is that... It's not offensive in my region. I was responding to someone else. I mean, it's none of these things. None of these things are it. I have to pick one, though. Do I do raise awareness? What are these options you're giving me? Okay. I'm gonna say... Was it to... What? Raise awareness. Important issue. It's not offensive in my region. I mean, it's not offensive in my region. But it's also raising awareness in my stream. I'm gonna say it's not offensive in my region. I'm gonna say the link that I posted is not offensive to my region. Maybe. I don't have... Like... I was responding to somebody else. No, I wasn't. It was a joke. No, it's not a joke. It's my website. It was to raise awareness. It's about an important issue. It goes to my Twitch. That is an important issue. I won't lie. Okay, it's not offensive in my region. That's what I'm going to say. Why do you want another review? This post doesn't break the rules. What should we know about your post? It's not offensive in my region. What we'll do, we'll update you in a few days. Your case will be looked at again by our technology or a reviewer. We'll use the additional info you gave us to improve our systems. Okay. Well, so much for letting people know. You'll hear back from us soon. We'll let you know when we made our decision. Most people hear back in less than 4 days. It could take longer. Okay. What the fuck? Why this happened? It looks like you tried to get likes, follows, shares, or video views in a misleading way. No. No. There's nothing misleading about it. What do you... What? What? Alright. Alright. This is what I get for trying to post onto Facebook. Well, this is what I get. Am I still able to use my Facebook? Okay, they just delete the post, though. Alright, well, I tried. I tried to be a part of the Facebook gaming space there. Tried to have my page that I had for a while ago. Tried to post on it, and it said, fuck you. That's what it said. That's what it said. And it's fucked up. Again, I thought at first they got mad at me for like the title or the image, thinking I was trying to promote self-harm or like something about mental health or whatever. But that's not even it. They just thought it was spam because of my Twitch link. They just thought it was spam. They haven't thought the other ones were spam, just that one. So I don't know why. All right. Okay, enough about that. We sorted that out, I guess, as best as we can. It's been sorted. Now let's begin Chaos Head. It's loading. Start game. Alright, let's go to the Chaos Head Noah scene, where the game will show up in a few minutes. Hours. Eons. At some point it will show. Oh. Oh. Okay. We are so back. Are you not gonna work? Are you not gonna work? Hello? Hello? You're not gonna work? You're not gonna work. You don't feel like working? You don't. You know, that's cool. Sometimes I just don't feel like working either, but I do it anyways because it's my fucking job. So you really want to do this to me? And then you won't even let me click yes? I have to select it with my keyboard? You're gonna do this to me, Chaos Head. You're gonna do this to me. You're gonna do this to me. Let's try it again. Let's try it again. This time it'll work. Why would Facebook systems be upset with it? Why would they be upset with it? It's literally just twitch.wolfborg.com. What? If I did wolfborg.com/twitch, would they be okay with that? Because that would also just redirect. Like, what's the problem? Does it have to be twitch.tv/wolfborg? Do I have to do it like that? Okay. Alright, let's load. Load the game. Psychopath, Chapter 7. I think I'm gonna go Psychopath with what Facebook's bullshit. Okay! We had our popular moment. 15 minutes of fame. Top of Shibuya. Very crowded. A lot of cheering fans. And now we're Psychopath. Despite midnight quickly approaching, the ticket gates of the subway's Hanzomon line were still filled to the brim with people. The earthquake had violently disrupted the public transportation schedules, and no one was even attempting to hide their frustration as they passed through the ticket gates. Employing a sidelong glance, Ban Yasuji inspected the monitor resting in the station attendant booth. The station staff had received a call yesterday during their morning operations. The caller had reported that a high school girl wielding a gigantic bladed weapon was going on a rampage in the area. The police had been dispatched in response to this, but upon arriving at the scene, they found no trace of the girl nor the man who had supposedly been attacked. Ban, who had appeared to overhear the story earlier today, was very interested in the appearance of the male victim. The fact that there had been similar incidents had also caught his attention. This is why Ban was making an appearance here at such an hour. According to his sources, the incident had been captured in full on one of the surveillance cameras. When Ban asked the station attendant to show him the video, they willingly agreed, but warned the detective that the video was a little creepy. Duly noting this, Ban elected to have them show him the video. The video was full of static. Maybe it's from the earthquake, Ban thought to himself. There have been various reports about the earthquake causing citizens to lose hard disk data, leaving Ban to wonder whether it was related. It would be difficult to identify anyone in the recording, as they were just barely visible. The recording featured a single man. He was standing by the wall in the far right-hand corner of the screen. The wall was located slightly far from the ticket gates, meaning passengers would not travel past it very often as they were changing trains. Incidentally, a few other passengers had just crossed in front of the camera. The man's appearance was hard to make out due to the fierce static, but he was fairly short and thin, and he was carrying a large rucksack. What exactly he was doing, Ban could not say. After about an hour or so had passed in the video, a small change occurred. A few people commuting to work were walking in the direction of the man, and then they swiftly stopped. To Ban, it looked as if they had been drawn to the man with the rucksack. What was truly strange, however, was that they did not even speak to him. They simply stood there in a daze. The people who had stopped did not seem to be acquaintances of the man. They were of different ages, sexes, statures. There was absolutely nothing they all shared. What in blazes is going on? Staring at the monitor, Bond tilted his head to the side, and as he did so, a lone girl entered the frame. She had long hair, and she was wearing a uniform from Sui Mei Academy. The girl headed straight for the man with the rucksack, in a manner that could only be described as exuding nothing but pure, unadulterated confidence. Unadulterated. Her movements were entirely unlike those who had stalked before. Since instead of halting, the girl pushed aside the people gathered there and seized the man by his collar. For a short period of time, the two of them argued about something. Rather than an argument, however, it was far closer to the girl simply screaming at the man without giving him room for air. Or, at least, that was how it appeared. A few of the people who had stopped seemed to return to their senses and promptly left the scene. Eventually, the girl thrust the man away from her. The girl took a step back from the man who had fallen on his rear, then assumed a strange pose. She lowered her hips and brought both fists next to her ears. The girl looked as if she was holding something, but there was nothing in her hands. According to the internet, the girl had been wielding a large blade, but where on earth could she be hiding such a thing? The answer to that soon became apparent. Suddenly, the screen, the camera, shook. It was not static. The rustling hair and clothes of the passersby made it clear. The surveillance camera itself was shaking. Bond gawked at the screen. He had no idea where she had retrieved it from, but the next thing he knew, the girl was holding a gigantic sword in her hand, one that was longer than she was tall. Bond asked for the tape to be rewound just so he could confirm what he had seen. But no matter what angle he examined it from, the sword appeared to have been conjured out of thin air. The girl had not moved a single muscle. She had remained in her hunched position the entire time. This much was undeniable. The people in the video went into a panic when faced with the sudden appearance of the sword, but the girl did not seem to care about the people around her. The man with the rucksack, however, was very clearly terrified. She tried desperately to scramble to his feet and ran away. Wait, why can everybody and the camera see the sword? I thought the point was you can't see the sword. Unless you're like also on the same wavelength or something. But the girl would not allow that. With incredible agile movement, she pursued the fleeing man and swung her gigantic sword as if it was light as a feather. In a manner akin to a violent windstorm, the sword tore the man's rucksack to pieces. The impact was so strong the man immediately collapsed to the ground. Despite this, he appeared uninjured. In fact, when the police officers had arrived on the scene immediately after receiving the call, they had not found even a single trace of blood. Then, as if the girl had heard Bond's mumbling, something that should have been impossible, considering it was a recording, she suddenly turned towards the camera. The screen ever so slightly distorted. And the girl's figure disappeared in an instant, but not the recording. Got you in 4K. It was as if she had never been there to begin with. The man's shredded rucksack had been left behind, and the remnants of it were proof that the girl had been there. It was hard to tell because of the static, but it was clear that the girl had disappeared from the scene in less than a second. Bond rewound the tape again. There was nothing that seemed unnatural about the time displayed in the lower right and right-hand corner of the screen. In other words, the footage had not been edited. Well, I don't know about that. You don't know about that. But if that were true, how could Bond explain the girl and the sword? Bond, feeling as though he had seen a ghost, could do nothing more than remain completely and utterly puzzled. A world of complete... Is this another fucking spider? No, that's a fly. Goddamn bugs. Make them stop. They're cringe. A world of complete and utter white. And I was lying right in the center of it all. It felt as if I were floating, but I didn't know whether or not I actually was. I couldn't figure out what direction I was facing. Not up nor down, not left nor right. The silence was deafening. It felt as if there were hundreds of insects buzzing around in my head at once. If someone were to tell me that this is the afterlife, I couldn't see myself contesting it. That was how monotonous, simplistic, tranquil, orderly, immaculate, empty, and peaceful the world was. Perhaps this is what the mind of Buddha was like upon reaching enlightenment. It was so incredibly different from my own mind. I wanted to stay here forever. The irritation that came with reality, the loneliness, the pain, the suffering, I didn't want to face any of it anymore. As my thoughts began to cascade, I heard a noise burst into the white world that had previously been silent. The sound of a door being opened, and the sound of someone's footsteps getting closer and closer.
Oni, kita yo.
Oh my god, is she alive?
Issho, issho.
Are you okay, Nanami?
Oni, kyou ne, Nana ne, ii mono motte kitan da yo.
Oh, well that's nice of you, Nanami.
Hai, kore, presento.
Okay, what is it?
手編みの帽子なんだよ。
Whoa,
すごいでしょ？
hand knit!
すごいでしょ？もう冬だしね。ナナね、帽子好きだから編んだの。使ってね。
Well, that was nice of you. With your hands while you still had them, at least.
無視しないでよ。ご飯残してるじゃん。せっかくのカレーなのに。ちゃんと食べないとダメなんだよ。ねえねえ、病院のご飯って美味しくないって本当？
Oh, this is a flashback. Okay. Okay, all right, that makes sense.
食べないとダメ。起きろ、鬼。食べずに寝たら夜になってお腹空いちゃうんだから。
Someone's hand made its way under my back and forcibly shook my body awake. That was when I first realized that my eyes had been closed. Oh my god. Hi, When I opened my eyes, a little girl was standing there. It was Nanami, my little sister. But she was awfully little. It was Nanami from a long time ago. But how long ago, I wondered. She must have been at least in elementary school. Hi, The younger Nanami scooped up some curry with a plastic spoon, then offered it to me. And I slapped the hand holding the spoon. Get that shit out of here. Get out of here, small Nanami. Fuck off. Fuck out of here. Die from EM waves. Oh no, you're supposed to say in the future. You say that to me in the future. I see. Even after all this time, I still didn't know what had been going through my head. But in that moment, I knocked away the tray of curry and rice with my hand and sent it crashing to the floor. Yeah, that's right. Cry. Yeah, cry. Yeah, go ahead. Try it. Try it. Nanami crouched down to the floor and picked up the tray I had cast aside. She then retrieved a washcloth from the sink in the corner of the room and began cleaning up the mess I'd made. I could handle myself. That's enough. I covered my face with my hands and then slowly closed my eyes. Yeah, Remy, what were you doing? Come on, Remy, you were slacking. I slowly opened my eyes and saw a white ceiling. It was so bright, it nearly blinded me. I blinked my eyes a few times. I tried to move my fingertips. I raised my hand in front of my face. The palm of my hand created a shadow. At least, I was free from the blinding glare. Or, at last, I was. I had been dreaming about Nanami. Ever since I can remember, she'd had an especially strong will. After the bus accident back in elementary school, I stopped talking to anyone and everyone. But even so, that part of Nanami only became stronger and stronger. Unlike my parents, who were simply overprotective and nothing else, she'd taken care of me, all while remaining strict and firm. But that dream... Had I ever been hospitalized before? I had gone in for checkups, sure, but... Well, it was just a dream, so there was no real reason to take it nor the contradiction seriously. So this is where we have repressed memories, okay? I was lying on a bed. It was a white bed with a pipe frame. The sheets were white, the pillows were white, the linoleum floor was white, the wallpaper was white, the fluorescent lights on the ceiling, also white, the curtains covering the windows, also white. Okay, I get everything's white. The small shelf next to the bed was white, the ceramic water pitcher was white, the paper cups were white. I see something that's green under the bed. What's that? What the fuck is that? That's green. I was starting to get fed up with all the white. Mustering up my resolve, I attempted to sit up. For a split second, I felt a numbing pain jolt through the area around my waist. But it went away just as suddenly as it appeared. The room was fairly large, at least twice the size of my base. But what really bothered me was how incredibly dreary it was. Maybe it was a hospital room. You think? The beeping didn't tell you that? The beeping I can clearly hear? There's a pair of green slippers lined up right beneath the bed. I was relieved to find a color other than white. My body was moving just fine, and it didn't seem like I was dead either. I was thirsty. I wanted a cola. An iced, cold, carbonated cola. But there was no way I'd be able to find something like that in this pure white room, so I was forced to pour water directly from the pitcher into my mouth. What about the paper cups? You have paper cups. You didn't have to pour it directly. Okay. It was a bit lukewarm, but it was enough to satisfy my thirst. Yeah, stay hydrated. Stay hydrated. Upon finishing the water, I took a breath. The door then opened, and a nurse wearing white scrubs came into the room. That was enough for me to confirm that I was in a hospital after all. Upon seeing me, her eyes grew slightly wide. She must have thought I would still be asleep.
Ara. Nishijou-san, 目が覚めたんですね.
Yeah, I woke up. Facing me, she gave me a gentle smile, the mark of a true nurse. But something told me I'd seen this person before. Oh, I remembered her now. She was the grill. We're still doing this. She was the grill who'd been at the hospital when I'd gone to see Dr. Takashina a while back. What was her name again? I think it was like Hazuki? I couldn't remember, so I stole a glance at the name tag on her chest. Hazuki was written on it. I got it. I know this game. Right. Hazuki-san.
お体の調子はどうですか?
Hazuki held out a thermometer to me so naturally, I couldn't help but take it.
体温を測ってくださいね.
Sure. With how nicely she'd asked me, I had no choice but to comply. My head was overrun with question marks, but I put the thermometer inside my armpit nonetheless. Immediately after I did so, a memory burst to life inside my head. I remembered. I remembered what happened. What had happened. Back then, I had given up on saving Nanami. I had grabbed on to Shogun's wheelchair, but there had been no response. It collapsed in a heap, and when I looked again, all I'd been holding was Darth Spider's helmet. Count Darth Spider, the very embodiment of evil in Spark Wars. His black-clad appearance was famous even in Japan. But I would never have thought that Shogun would cosplay as him, so my anger had been overridden by my raw confusion. After that, I had stood up and looked at the wheelchair, but there was no one in it. Only a black hood draped over the back of it. That was another part of Darth Spider's costume. I had then examined my surroundings one more time, but there had been no one there. I had been the only one on that pitch-black rooftop. Suddenly, the press came flooding in all at once. They had surrounded me with lights, cameras, and microphones. I had had no room to breathe. There had been more than 10 of them in total. I had been so overwhelmed by it all, my terror simply grew and grew. I had wanted to turn away, but I couldn't move a muscle. I had been a total mess. I don't fucking know. I never knew. Well, I mean, I think it's the demon girl. It could also be Shogun. There's a lot of things. Perhaps? I don't even know. I just found this. I didn't waste anything. I didn't set this up. Who? I don't know. Maybe?
その手に持っている美少女フィギュアは何らかの儀式的なアイテムと考えていいんですか？
Yes, actually, it is. You're right on the money with that one.
このような行動を取ったことにはアニメやゲームの影
Yes,
響はあったのかな？
all of it. Too much of it.
西条さん、
西条さん、
西条君。
The lighting pointed at me had been incredibly hot. It felt as if my skin was being singed by the sun during the hottest part of the summer. The flood of people from the media made me feel lightheaded. My field of vision had been spinning around in circles. I'd been cornered. I'd been panicking. I'd been unable to breathe. I'd grasped my head. I can't see anything. I don't want to see anything. I can't hear anything. I don't want to hear anything. I can't feel anything. I don't want to feel anything.
やめてくれ。
And then I killed them all with my mind. Oh. At the very same moment I'd screamed, like a computer that had short-circuited, my consciousness had severed. And then the audio cuts out. Thank you. I don't need to hear that on loop. I don't need to hear that on loop. I really don't. That was exactly what happened. I lost consciousness. And then, how did I end up here at this hospital? I couldn't remember. At the very least, I didn't think I'd come on my own, so maybe I'd been brought to the hospital by an ambulance. Hazuki-san was writing something on the clipboard she was holding. She must have had a slip of paper clipped onto it. Was she writing about my condition? I checked what time it was via the simplistic watch wrapped around her wrist. It was a little after 6 a.m. I'd slept for a really long time. But what about what day it is? Ooh. Regardless, why had I been brought here? Okay. Positive, negative. What was the last one we did? I think we tried positive, and somehow Remy ended up getting, like, killed anyways. Let's do an evil one, I think. Let's get murdered by Hazuki, probably. If Hazuki-san was here, then that meant that this was my normal hospital. It wasn't like me being brought to a general hospital was particularly weird, but something still didn't feel right. Why was Hazuki-san coming to check on me? That question really bothered me. I mean, Hazuki-san was a psychiatric nurse. If Hazuki-san was coming to check on me, didn't that mean that the room I was in was also used by psychiatric patients? Bro, you are a psychiatric patient.
警察の人が後でお話を聞きたいそうですよ。
Hazuki's gentle tone turned cold. Without looking at me, she continued writing something on a piece of paper attached to a clipboard.
妹さんを殺すなんてひどい人ですね。
Wait, her lips didn't move. Her lips didn't move, right? She didn't say that, right? What had she just said?
あなたの家で見つかったそうですよ。
Wait, is her mouth supposed to be moving? They found her in your
死
house.
体。
Her corpse. Look at her mouth. I think I see something when she's talking sometimes, like spawn on her chin.
妹さんの手首を切り落として持ち歩いていたなんてまともじゃないわ。
But it doesn't look like she's talking. You cut off your sister's hand and carried it around with you. That's not normal. Listen. It was sent to me.
僕は殺してない。
It was sent to me.
そう主張しているらしいですね。意味不明なことばかり言ってて話にならないって刑事さんがぼやいてました。
Okay, well that's probably true.
心神喪失で無罪っていうのを狙ってるんですか？
Insanity. It took us this long to get... And it's number 69. Nice. Insanity. A state in which a person loses the ability to distinguish between right and wrong due to some form of mental disorder. According to paragraph 1 of Article 39 of the Japanese Penal Code, an act of insanity is not punishable, resulting in cases in which criminals are acquitted without being held legally responsible for their actions. Oh, I'm safe. I'm safe
で
then,
も
right?
みんな思ってますよ。あなたが殺したんだ。
Okay, well, I didn't do that. My chest squeezed tightly, and I began to hallucinate that everything before my eyes had gone... What? And I began to hallucinate that everything before my eyes had gone completely black. I was starting to doubt myself. Had I killed Nanami? No, that couldn't be true.
人殺し。
She had been writing something, but Suddenly, Hazuki's hand stopped, and she slowly turned the clipboard towards me. Is it gonna say murderer? Oh, it just says whose eyes are those eyes? We've lost it, boys. Yeah, and then we wake up. What? Suddenly, I realized I was sitting in the same bed, in the same hospital room. I wasn't sure why the sheet I just ripped off of me was still on me. Hazuki-san, who had been standing right beside the bed, had disappeared before I could even blink. Wiping the greasy sweat off my forehead, I looked around the hospital room once again. After a couple knocks, Hazuki-san entered the room, and her eyes widened slightly upon seeing me.
あら、西条さん、目が覚めたんですね。
Uh-oh. We just saw the future slightly, too, there. And now she's going to call me a murderer. A gentle smile accompanied her as she said that. I stiffened up, then looked away.
お体の調子はどうですか?
Hazuki-san held out a thermometer to me so naturally. I couldn't help but take it.
体温を測ってくださいね。
As I took the thermometer from her, I gulped. It's the same. The exact thing from before was repeating. It was as if Hazuki-san had just walked into the hospital room for the first time. I nervously reached for the thermometer in my underarm. I was sure I put a thermometer in there just a minute ago, and yet there was nothing there. The thermometer had disappeared. Which meant that what I'd seen earlier really had been a delusion. The tension in my body disappeared, but that didn't mean that my state of mind was any better, nor that I felt anywhere close to relieved.
昨日ご家族がお見えになっていたんですけど、
Who would that be?
西条さんの意識が戻らないので、日付が変わる頃にお帰りになりました。今日は診察時間が始まる頃にお母様が来るそうですよ。
Oh, my mom's gonna be here? I nodded in response, not having the energy to say anything back. Mom, I'm sorry for being such a disgrace. I'm an embarrassment to Japan. I'm an embarrassment to Japan. No, the entire world. The entire thing had been televised, meaning it had already spread to the entire country. I was sure my shameful behavior had been uploaded to YouTube as well. I had no idea why I had been made into the amazing Esper boy. And it didn't make any sense to broadcast my every move, and on the day of a huge earthquake no less, when I was nothing but a boring otaku freak, it wasn't normal. Because of that, I couldn't help but think that everyone from back then was being mind-controlled by Shogun. Or the whole thing was a delusion. That's probably more likely. But regardless of whether or not that was true, I'd still publicly humiliated myself. It wasn't something I'd escape after enduring a quick shitstorm online that'd be forgotten about in a week. Was this it for me? Would I no longer be able to live in peace? Suddenly, Nanami's face appeared in the back of my mind. I bit down on my lip and hugged my knees. Even if that was no longer attainable, as long as I could save Nanami, none of it would matter. Even if people from all over the world snickered at me and called me a pathetic loser for the rest of my life, it would make no difference to me. But I couldn't save her. I couldn't even do that much.
Nana.
Are you not going to ask about who the relative was that visited you? Because it was probably Nanami. Tears began to fall from my eyes.
どうしました? どこか痛みます?
Shaking my head over and over, I kept on crying. Nanami's dead. Nanami is dead and she was never coming back. It was all my fault. All my fault. All my fault. All my fault. Because of how worthless I was. Because of how much of a fucking loser I was. Nanami was dead. Back on the rooftop, I'd given up so easily on obtaining the D-sword. I had Sabertan's seductive voice in my ear, but that was just my pathetic self pretending to be someone else. I was the one who'd made the decision. I had made myself look like a pitiful victim. I had chosen to sacrifice Nanami so that I would survive. I hated myself, how fucking pathetic I was. If only I'd tried just a little bit harder. I told myself that I'd given up on my own volition, but now that it was all over, I regretted every single thing I'd done on that rooftop. I was absolutely disgusted with myself. She was gone. Nothing could save her now. And yet, even still, I couldn't help but think that if I could just go back to that rooftop and I just tried a little bit harder, But I knew that even if I actually could go back, spoilers, we will eventually be able to go back. Eventually. I'd just give up all over again, finding some other excuse to get me out of it. That was just who I was. A completely useless, irredeemable piece of shit.
ななみごめんななみ
I mean, she's again. Are you not going to ask the nurse who the guest was? Hazuki-san rubbed my back in an attempt to comfort me. I was a useless sack of shit to the very end. I was even causing problems for nurses that had nothing to do with me. The tears refused to stop.
何か後悔していることがあるんですね。
Well, that's pretty vague,
でも
but
きっ
yes.
と妹さんも許してくれますよ。
How did you know that Nanami was my sister? Because she came here, you dumb fuck. Even that aside, the formulaic consolation she was giving me was the last thing I needed right now, true. I'm sorry, Hazuki-san, but no one else can understand how I feel. I hated myself. I was pathetic. Did nothing but take advantage of everyone else, and only ever thought about myself. The world would be better off without me. Maybe I should just end it all.
昨日もしきりに西条さんのことを心配していましたよ。
Yeah, of course.
とても可愛らしい妹さんですね。
No, I fucking hate her. What was she talking about?
ななみは妹は死にました
This is where she's like, what? Then who came to visit you? She'd been kidnapped by Shogun. Her hand had been cut off. She'd been in prison somewhere. And in the end, she died all alone and afraid. When I imagined it, it felt like my heart was being torn into dozens of tiny pieces.
そうなんですか。ごめんなさい。勘違いしてしまって。
That must have been somebody else that was here, who was also named Nanami. All my life I thought that Nanami was annoying, although we had been siblings for 16 years. Even though she'd called me a jerk more times than I could count, she was always worried about me. The reason why she'd always nagged me so much was because she'd been trying to help me break free from my toxic lifestyle. Whenever she'd brought me food from our parents' house, she didn't just give it to me and leave. She always tried to share it with me. Normally, if a girl her age had an otaku freak for a brother, they'd never associate with him. And while the things she'd said didn't make her the easiest person to be around, she'd still talk to me. And she would listen, too. Whenever I'd been at school, she would never avoid me. No, she would actually approach me. No matter what, Nanami had always treated me, a vile otaku, virgin freak, like her brother. Like a human being. Her mere existence had helped me more than I ever knew. But realizing that did me no good now. It was too
で
late.
も、だとしたら鬼ってどういう意味なのかしら。
Yeah, of course. Are you realizing now, buddy? Huh? Huh? I looked up, unable to properly comprehend what I had just heard. As my eyes were blurry with tears, I couldn't see Hazuki-san's face properly. What had she just said?
眠ってる西条さんを鬼と何度も呼んでいたから、その印象が強くて。
There's only one person who called me that.
それ本当ですか
Waltzing out of my bed, I pressed Hazuki-san for an answer.
はい、何がです？
ななみが妹がななみがここに来てたんですか
Bro, you are losing
い
it.
え、はっきりお名前を聞いたわけでは。
僕のこと鬼って呼んでたんですね
ええ。
ななみは今どこに
Probably at school. It's like Tuesday.
ですから昨日はお帰りになりましたけど、西条さんのお母様と一緒に。
怪我とかしてませんでしたか
She was missing a hand.
はい。いえ、特には。
元気だったんですねななみは元気だったんですね
はい。
Yeah, she seemed
い
fine.
え、ななみさんかどうかはわかりませんけど、昨日いらしていた女の子は元気そうでしたよ。
Nanami was alive. From everything Hazuki-san had said, it had to be true. I sat down on the bed, utterly dazed. But how? Shogun had said that he wouldn't give Nanami back to me until I completed his quest. Had he just released her out of pity? Or had Nanami escaped on her own? Or maybe he just never had Nanami. Did you ever consider that? But then, How would that explain the hand that had been sent to me? According to Hazuki-san, Nanami hadn't even been injured. You can get a hand. Yeah. Yeah. Come on, Takumi. Have you ever seen The Big Lebowski? I can get you a toe. Get you a toe by 3 o'clock with nail polish. Like, it's not hard. You can get a hand. Get a hand by 5 o'clock. Did you ever consider that the hand sent to your place was it someone else? Was someone else's? You ever consider it? What he'd said, it hadn't been a lie. He'd played me. I'd been dancing right to his tune. Shogun had deceived me. No, that didn't matter right now.
そっか。
I see. So that's what it is. So that was it. It was all coming together. Nanami had never been kidnapped. At all. Back when I had been at O-Front trying desperately to grab the D-sword, Nanami must have been relaxing back at home reading manga or going out to karaoke with her friends so that she could show off her shitty singing voice or doing whatever else she liked to do. I was crying, but I couldn't help but laugh.
西条さん
That's me. I'm Nishijo.
将軍に
We got a little trolled. Just a little bit of trolling happened.
騙された。
The real question is, are we still in Isalev? Are we now the amazing Esper boy? Did that happen?
なんという
What unbelievably epic bait. He must be grim. He must be grim with all the bait he's doing. This fucking laugh. She was alive. Nanami was alive. I could see that bratty ass face of hers again. I could hear that obnoxious shrill voice of hers again. The mere thought she was enough. The mere thought was enough to bring me a deep sense of relief and an intense joy that rose from the bottom of my heart.
よかった。
Couldn't stop crying, but the tears weren't the tears of regret I'd been crying earlier.
よかった。
I was an utterly useless pile of shit, but I couldn't help it. The day before, I'd given up without being able to do anything. But even so, as long as Nanami was alive, I didn't wish for anything else. The whole world could mock me until the end of time for all I cared. I was overjoyed. Thank God she was safe. Yet another meeting had been called in the main conference room of the Shibuya Police Department, joining one of the multiple others that had been held at today. The exhausted, fed-up detectives all wondered how many more hours worth of unproductive meetings they would be forced to sit through. Matsunaga was about to start hearing the reports from each investigator when suddenly, Bond hesitantly stood up and raised his hand.
ちょっといいですかね。
I mind, actually.
なんだね。
What is it? Inquisitive eyes and expressions landed on Bond, not just from Matsunaga, but from Suwa and the detective sitting next to him as well. Bond smiled his usual flippant smile, quickly bowed his head, and looked around the room.
先日インターネット上に投稿されたいわゆる集団ダイブの映像についてなんだ。
What'd you find out, Bond?
え？
The surprise on Sua's face was evident. In all likelihood, he was surprised. After all, Bond had examined the video without saying a word to him. It was not because he had wanted to keep it a secret from him, however. No.
バン警部補。君は確か貼り付けの捜査担当だったはずだが、なぜ集団ダイブについて調べている？
This was the reason. Bond had disregarded the orders that had been given by his boss, the head of the investigation team. If Bond had involved Suwa, a promising new detective, his partner would have inevitably been harshly rebuked by their boss. Bond wanted to avoid this.
まあ、とりあえず見てくださいって。
With the chuckle, Bond took out 2 enlarged photos from a file he held in his hand and attached them to the blackboard with magnets.
これはどっちも集団ダイブの現場となったコーネリアスタワー屋上の写真です。
Okay.
右の写真は例のミュウツベ投稿映像から抜き出
There's
し
a
た。
tower missing. Is that supposed to be like that? There's a whole tower missing. So the whole video was AI, right? Is that
左
what-
のは昨日の夜、私がタワー屋上に行って撮ってきたものになります。
Okay.
何か違いに気づきませんか？
Yeah. A giant tower that's there. The entire conference room began to stir.
背景がね、違うんです。投稿映像のカメラは北東へ向かってる。5人が転落したのが北東だったから間違いない。で、映像では3分29秒から約15秒間、カメラがその時に東に向いた時の映像がこの右側の写真なわけです。コーネリアスタワーの東、つまり六本木方面ですね。東京タワーが夜景の中にしっかり映ってる。赤いから目立ちますね。
Yep.
でもね、もう一つよく目立つものが。
It's a giant fucking tower. It's a giant tower. Pon's eyes narrowed as he combed his beard with his fingers, and then a wry smile appeared on his lips. Ah,
六本木ビルズですよ。
where's that building? It was true. The lights of Roppongi Bills cannot be seen in the photo he had taken from the uploaded video. Wait. Was I misunderstanding what he was saying? He was saying like other things are fucked up with it too? Okay. Here you can see the East Cornelius Tower, which faces towards Roppongi. Tokyo Tower is clearly visible. Yeah, that's the red lights next to it, right? You know, okay. So just the lights of the building is what he's talking about. I thought he was talking about other lights in the background. No, he's just talking about the lights of the building. But in the photo Bond had taken the day prior, the lights of Roppongi Bill's many windows were very clearly visible along with Tokyo Tower.
で、たまたま見つけたんですが、コーネリアスタワーのホテルロビーにタワー完成当時のパネルが展示してありましてね。そのパネルの一つがこれ。
Bond retrieved a new photo from the file and pinned it next to the previous two. Is this to show that the building was made like years and years ago? It was also a picture of the Roppongi area taken from the rooftop of the tower. But it was not a picture taken at night. It was one taken at day.
六本木ビルズが映ってますよね。建設中ですが。
Commotion in the conference room grew even louder. Matsunaga, meanwhile, remained silent as he stared at the photo with a stern expression.
コーネリアスタワーの完成は2001年。六本木ビルズの完成は2003年。
Oh, I understand. So he's saying this footage would have been from 2001, before the Bills Tower was made, right? So this is actually a past. Well, but wouldn't there be other changes to the background too? Wouldn't there be other building changes the years later? Not just the one giant building? Maybe there is, and it's just hard for us to see here.
タワー完成当時の写真では当然ながら六本木ビルズは建設中でまだ高さもほとんどない。だが集団ライブが起きたのは今年。
Allegedly, that's when it happened.
2008年。
Finally, platinum Elden Ring. Hell yeah, dude! Congrats, you did it, gamer.
映ってなきゃおかしいですよね。六本木ビルズ。
Yeah, don't make a lot of sense.
ちなみに投稿映像に細工された形跡はなかった。
So then you're saying it's from like 2001 or 2003.
つまり何が言いたいんだ。
Having seemingly lost patience with the detective, Matsunaga urged him onward discontentedly.
非常に言いにくいんですが。
Just one more thing.
まさか先輩、この映像が撮られたのは2003年以前、つまり5年以上前って言いたいんですか？
Hi, hi. Dang it, Suwa. Bond's shoulders slumped dejectedly. The young detective's keen insight was brilliant. Suwa had said exactly what Bond had intended to say. However, having it said aloud and in such a straightforward manner only made the claim appear all the more dubious. Bond's careful planning on how to articulate his points had all been for nothing.
バカバカしい。小説の読みすぎではないがね。
Can you explain the missing tower then? In the photo? Can you explain it?
映像に映っている被害者5人の顔は一致しているんだ。あれ、そんなつまらないことを調べている暇があったら、 聞き込みの一つでもしたらどうだ、警部補。
Why don't we go do a couple of witness interviews?
あ
今のは聞かなかったことにする。それと後で話があるから会議が終わったら残りたまえ。
Are you not gonna... Are we just gonna disregard the whole missing building? It's a giant fucking building. This is not a small building. This is a giant missing building from the footage. Are we just gonna ignore that? How do you explain that? After letting out a short sigh, Bond gave up and sat back down. Well, it's not like I expected him to believe me. Bitter and unwilling to accept defeat, Bond muttered that inside his head before returning to listlessly fanning his face with his handheld fan. And yet, despite all the work he had done, if one were to ask about what the absence of Roppongi bills in the video signified, Bond would be unable to answer. But I still question. We gotta bring it up. After I found out that Nanami was alive, the doctor came to me and asked me a few simple questions. They wanted to make sure whether or not I was well enough to leave. I answered the question to the best of my ability, then opted to leave the hospital before my mom came back. After that disgraceful behavior I showed off in front of the entire country, how was I supposed to face my family now? And if Nanami were to come back, I knew that I'd be so happy. I'd immediately burst into tears all over again. And then, since she wouldn't know why I was crying, Nanami would then take it seriously and start yelling at me not to worry about her. Probably while calling me an idiot, too. When I thought about that, I nearly fainted from the sheer embarrassment, and so instead of letting that happen, I decided to employ a strategic retreat. A nurse brought in the most disgusting breakfast of all time, and after chipping away at it slightly, I snuck out of the hospital room. I made my way down to the first floor and then into the lobby. The clinic hadn't opened yet, so the lobby that was usually packed with old people was completely deserted. I confidently walked around toward the front entrance. Luckily for me, the automatic door opened, giving me free rein to exit the building. The hospital staff might have gotten angry with me for leaving without asking them first, but I had to stay away from the hospital until everything calmed down. As for the medical fees, I left my mom a note telling her to go ahead and pay for it, so it should be fine. Despite the fact that I had stayed overnight at the hospital, I wasn't exhibiting any actual symptoms, and my mental state was doing much better after I learned Nanami was alive. Making sure to keep an eye out for any ambushes by Shogun or Yua, I quickly made my way back to my base. Home, sweet home. I'd made it back. My mental state had been a complete 180 since I'd last been at my base. Of course, I was feeling a lot better now. If only I could have let my past self know that. You let yourself get baited far too often, mate. I rate 8 out of 8, M9. There's no reason for you to get so riled up, dude. Nanami's fine, lol, times 100. Or something along those lines. Thinking back on it, yesterday really had been a living hell. Everything had just gone to shit. I'd gotten a weird phone call in the morning. Then there had been an earthquake. Then the data on my hard drive had disappeared. And then I'd had to witness ISA tried to off herself right in front of me. Then I'd gotten an email from Shogun. Then he'd sent me a severed hand. A severed goddamn hand! My mouth plummeted in an instant. With a gulp, I turned my attention to the fridge. Is it still there? That's where the hand is. Before I'd left yesterday, I decided in my maniacal state to just put the hand in the fridge for the time being. If I'd left it out somewhere, it could have started rotting. The smell of blood was also way too strong for me. There was all sorts of sci-fi anime movies where as long as they remained frozen, people could stay in a state of suspended animation for hundreds of years. So that was pretty much what I was going for. I thought that, if I could keep Nanami's arm fresh, she might have been able to get it surgically reconnected once she was back home safe. But that wasn't Nanami's hand. Then who the hell did it belong to? And how would that explain the cell phone and the bangle? If I wasn't missing something, then it had to belong to Nanami. When I'd called her, it had rung on the cell phone held in her hand. Or maybe I'd just been a part of Shogun's trap. Was it even possible to make such a perfect replica of Nanami's arm?
もう一度確かめてみるべきかも。
Alright, let's take a look. In truth, I really didn't want to. The entire thing had grossed me out. Just thinking about it made me want to puke, even if it did belong to Nanami. And that didn't mean I could just keep it in my fridge forever. Not even my supply of cola stayed that cold in it. I considered asking the police to come take it, but then I realized that they just suspect me of being the new gen culprit. Even more than they already did, that is. It would practically be suicide to dial 110 and go, "Hello, yes, please come take the person's severed hand off my hands, thank you." What should I do? Should I just throw it away? But supposing it was Nanami's arm, it really didn't sound like a good idea to throw it away. Hell, were you even allowed to throw away human hands like that? Did they constitute as burnable or non-burnable trash? This is the important question. I tore at my hair. There was no point continuing to torture myself over it. I just go ahead and check one more time that the bangle was on her wrist and that she was holding her cell phone. Was it Nanami's or was it someone else's? That was the question I hoped to answer. There's not going to be a hand in there. I stood in front of the refrigerator and gripped the handle. I closed my eyes and then I took 1, then 2, then 3 deep breaths. Unsurprisingly, the temptation to just call Remy and ask her to do it for me crept up in my mind, but I quickly shook it away. No matter how good of an ally Remy was to me, there was no way she wouldn't freak out upon finding someone's hand in my fridge. And then if I managed to fuck up the explanation, she'd fall out of love with me and then turn me into the police. I was gonna have to do this on my own somehow.
くそ。
Wait, are our figures different up at the top now? Or are these are all the same ones, right? Okay. I clenched my teeth. I took 2 more deep breaths. And then, I yanked on the handle with all my might.
あれ
What? It was empty. Entirely. I mean, that's not true. I see colas and I see, what were these? Peaches? Mangoes? I thought for sure that I put the hand in there yesterday. It had been wrapped in aluminum foil. It should have been on the top shelf. I'm gonna sneeze. I feel it. Oh. Excuse me. And yeah, there was no sign of it. All that was there was a few bottles of cola and a bunch of rotten clementines. That's what they were, clementines. Nothing else.
消えた。なんで
Just like that, it was completely gone. I crouched down and looked farther into the refrigerator, but of course, it still wasn't there. There wasn't much in there to begin with, so it was already practically empty. There was no way I could have missed it.
昨日ここに入れたよな。
Or maybe I just assumed that, and in reality, I just left it somewhere. I closed the fridge door, then looked around my trash-filled room.
段ボールもない。
The large cardboard box with the hand inside of it. What had I done with it? I felt like I tossed it into the corner of my room or something, but either way, my memory of last night was very unclear. More things had happened yesterday with my poor brains... more things had happened yesterday than my poor brain could handle, and everything was made all the more brutal due to the utter chaos of it all. Calm down, just calm down. Now, get your thoughts together. Think of why it might have disappeared. Think of why it disappeared. What could have happened to the missing hand? It never existed. There was no hand. You're just making this shit up. I booted up the word processor on my PC and wrote down all the possibilities I could think of. Reasons why the hand something is missing. 1. My mistake. I put it somewhere else in my room. 2. I myself took it outside yesterday and threw it away somewhere. 3. Shogun took it back. 4. Police searched my house and confiscated it. We'd be fucked. 5. Mass media broke in and stole it. Probably not. The hand never existed in the first place. Yes, you got it. You finally got it. My base had been unlocked ever since yesterday, so if someone really wanted to, they could have come right in and taken it without much trouble. That would also be consistent with how Shogun had been able to put that hand in my room in the first place. Or maybe it was number 2. My memory of when I had left my base to go to O-Front was unclear. The feeling that I had to save Nanami, seeing the severed hand, how terrified I was of Shogun, all of those emotions swirled around me, invading each and every corner of my mind. I couldn't calm down at all. Maybe I had just left my base and tossed the hand in a dumpster somewhere without knowing it. Or maybe the whole hand thing in general had just been a delusion. It didn't actually exist at all. But when I went to check my email, I found that the one I'd gotten from Shogun yesterday did in fact exist. And in that email, he clearly stated that the hand was a present. Well, I mean, he said a present. He didn't say a hand, right? Not to mention that Shogun himself had talked about it yesterday. I just couldn't believe that it just been I just couldn't believe that it had been just a delusion. Okay, then what was the possibility that the police or the media took it? Those people looked at otaku freaks like we were no better than shit smeared on the bottom of their shoes, so it wouldn't surprise me. After everything that happened yesterday, I was afraid to look at the internet, and yet in the end, I couldn't help myself, so I clicked open my browser. First, I checked news section on Taboo, as well as the news sites I would typically go to. And sure enough, there were articles about the uproar yesterday at Scramble Cross. Okay, so this actually happened. I had assumed that was a delusion too. Is the radio wave hijacking expert just a boy who cried wolf? The ESP show held by the new generation boy ended in the worst possible way. Response to the seismic 75 earthquake that struck noon on blah blah blah. News stations on Sunset broadcasted earthquake Esper show started at 9 p.m. following, immediately flooded with call after call protesting this decision. Disappointing end to the show in front of Shibuya Station. All began among themselves. Okay. Oh, thank you. Now I can read it. Is the radio wave hijacking Esper just a boy who cried wolf? The ESP show held by the new generation in the worst way possible. In response to the seismic intensity 5 earthquake that struck at noon on October 27th, several news stations including MHK, BTS, and TV Sunset broadcasted breaking news reports. Today, TV and Fuji Sun TV, meanwhile, began broadcasting simultaneous coverage of both the earthquake and the Esper show starting at 9 p.m. Following this, the two stations were immediately flooded with call after call protesting this decision. When faced with the disappointing end of the show, the nearly 5,000 fans that had crowded in front of Shibuya Station all began to boo loudly for over an hour, with some fans even fighting among themselves. The situation resulted in 13 separate arrests. The commotion began with a prank email sent by a boy, hereby referred to as N. Nishijo, living in Shibuya Ward. At first, news stations were skeptical of the email, which claimed that the boy... Oh, is it Nishijo or is it New Generation Killer? Or New Gen something, probably. Which claimed that the boy was a clairvoyant Esper who could see the culprit behind the New Generation madness, the popular name for a series of brutal incidents taking place in Shibuya. However, when American psychic detective Yuri Brightman, age 43, informed Today TV and Fuji Sun TV that he would be willing to become the boy's legal guardian, both stations immediately took him at his word, or so the story goes. The ratings for both Today TV and Fuji Sun TV were extraordinary, with the highest simultaneous viewership exceeding 40%. These are astonishing figures, surpassing even that of Kohaku, ringing in the new year. Although these figures may only be for the simultaneous broadcast with the earthquake report, the broadcast was obviously a huge success in terms of viewership. However, the boy starring in the show, N, did not turn out to be an Esper. He repeatedly riled up the audience by motioning like he was going to jump off the building, but his performance did not extend beyond that. Undeterred, the media companies dared to go up on the rooftop to report on the situation and attempt to get a comment from the New Generation incidents, but they were unsuccessful. The boy was found collapsed on the rooftop, holding a moe anime figure and a costume from a popular Hollywood film. Why do they gotta report on me like this? Bro. According to otaku culture expert, Professor Hashiba Yoshiro of Meisei University, there has been a rapid increase in the number of young people who dream of becoming heroes, but in the pursuit of this dream, act with no regard to the world around them. Under the influence of anime, video games, and other similarly damaging media, they have lost the ability to distinguish between fantasy and reality. This is likely what is causing them to act in such a way. They require psychological care. I hadn't sent any emails to the media. I never even seen Yuri Brightman's show, let alone met him. So what the hell? Was this all just part of Shogun's plan, like I'd originally thought? What was his ultimate goal here? He'd said something about it being a quest or something. Okay, then what was the point of having the mass media televise me trying to get my hands on a sword? I didn't get it. What was Shogun trying to accomplish? He'd even released Nanami alive. I followed the links to various articles, even after reading through all of them. Not a single one of them mentioned Shogun. There had been practically no gap at all between when I'd tackled Shogun and when the media had come bursting onto the rooftop. Even if Shogun had managed to escape during that window, the media would have seen him. And not only that, but Shogun was supposed to be stuck in a wheelchair. He was supposed to be paralyzed, so there was absolutely no way he would have been able to escape the rooftop in such a limited time frame. I went on to check @channel. And to no surprise, an enormous shitstorm was going on. My real name was being plastered everywhere. I got doxxed. On 4chan. Social. Esper that took over airwaves. Now the nerd who cried wolf? It is I, Anonymous. The uniform that Nishijo, dumbass, was rocking is from Suimei, isn't it? Are there any Suimei students in this thread right now? That guy is a terminal fucktard. Do us all a favor and off yourself, you piece of human trash. LMAO. Nishijo, you need to chill the fuck out. Fuck's sake. It'll be your fault if otakus start getting beat up again. They found him carrying a figure, lol. It was a goddamn Sarah Bloodtoon figure. LMAO, what the fuck? Are they gonna call the show mid? Please call the show mid. And just like that, otaku freaks around the world all just shed a tear. This Nishijo fucker should have just stayed inside like the shut-in he is. TV's not for him, lol. Sarah would be like, Nishijo, you big dum-dum. Time for me to kick your fat butt with my awakened form rocket body blow attack. I mean, that's accurate. Old, some rando who was a classmate of his last year already came out and doxed the guy. What? What? Someone doxed me? From my class? Everyone was just saying whatever the hell they wanted to. They weren't even considering how I felt as they talked all this shit about me. Having @channel as your enemy was a scary thing. And it was all Shogun's fault I was in this mess. Now, I was wondering if anybody had leaked any sensitive information onto @channel, the stuff that couldn't be aired on TV, but I couldn't find anything that fit that criteria. I hadn't been alone on that rooftop. There had been one more person, and yet not a shred of information had come out about them. It was almost like being known as Shogun had never been there. The being known as Shogun had never been there in the first place. Yes. It took you this long to realize this? Maybe the Shogun that appeared on the rooftop was just an illusion. He didn't appear. He was sitting in a wheelchair. And he was speaking with the voice changer thing. He was speaking through like a microphone thing or some shit. Through the mask. Nishijo. It's not hard. What? Maybe, even if I know for a fact that he exists, there's a possibility that the Shogun I saw in O-Front was just a delusion I created.
僕はやっぱり病気なのかも。
There were so many things happening that shouldn't have been possible in real life. It was more like a video game at this point. There were like two worlds. One where Nanami was alive, and one where she was dead. And the two options were running parallel to each other, meaning I got to choose between them. Just like a choice you'd find in an eroge. The future was divided into countless different branches. And what made me different from normal people was that I could simulate what story events might occur using my delusions. And I was in the middle of simulating the route that would lead to the bad ending. Like one where Nanami died, or one where Ayase jumped to her death, or one where I fell off O-Front and died. In other words, for some reason, all these things that you normally find in the bad ending route could be coming after me. Almost like they were hunting me down, due to a trap I myself had set. Maybe I just had the desire to leave behind my boring, uneventful life and go to a more exciting world, like one from a game. And because of that, I've been unconsciously showing myself what that would look like. That couldn't be it. I didn't have any desires, even remotely like that. Or at the very least, I would never want to make myself go through anything that'd make me feel sad or scared, or simulation or not.
っていうか、どれだけ想像力豊かなんだよ。
What I'd been considering was nothing more than some childish bullshit delusion I'd come up with without thinking. I sighed, leaned back in my chair, and looked up at the ceiling with a blank stare on my face. Reality isn't set in stone. Anything and everything just felt fake. The world I was living in was completely hollow. New Gen 6 case confirmed? Woman in her 20s found dead in Shibuya River of Shibuya Ward on October 28. The woman died of asphyxiation after consuming the flesh of her own right hand and choking on a bone that lodged itself in her throat. Jesus Christ. Don't do that.
今日午後8時ごろ、渋谷区の渋谷川で女性の変死体が発見されました。被害者は江戸川区に住む十勝あやみさん27歳で、死因は喉を詰まらせたことによる窒息死とみられています。警察の調べによりますと、被害者の右手の肉が削り取られて骨が露出しており、また胃の中からは人間の肉とみられる内容物が見つかりました。
That's just good eats.
被害者は自らの右手を噛みちぎって食べたとみられ、また足首が紐で縛られていたとのことです。
Sometimes you just gotta eat.
警察で
Wait, what did that say at the end there? Well, I don't want to press anything yet. The victim is believed to have chewed apart and eaten her own right hand, as well as this, her ankles were bound together by string. The police are currently investigating this incident as both a suicide and a homicide. A homicide, too. What they call it? Numbskull finger food. They called it finger food. At Channel really is clever, I gotta say. They called it finger food. Ever since the seismic intensity 5 earthquake, the city of Shibuya had been overwrought with an air of pure bloodlust. The sense of order in the city had been visibly deteriorating. This decrease in security was not just regarding fights among young people, but the increasing number of store windows being broken, as well as a large shift in theft. The media continued to use the term new generation in order to establish a feeling of crisis and entrapment. In response to such fear-mongering, a handful of stories had abruptly ceased operations. In addition, a group calling themselves the Anti-New Gen had suddenly transformed into a riotous mob during one of their weekly demonstrations, charging the Shibuya police station and resulting in the arrest of over 100 people. Oh my god. Much like the Esper Boy riot, thousands upon thousands of curious onlookers gathered in the area in order to enjoy yet another shitstorm. There was a striking difference in excitement between those who were visiting the city and those who lived in it. The former expected Shibuya to be more brutally eventful than ever, while the latter condemned the lawlessness of their home and insisted on strengthening police authority. Then, as if to mock all the uproar, the 6th New Gen incident occurred, and of course, the perpetrator had yet to be apprehended. It had been a week since the earthquake, and in that period of time, I had been suspended from school. Was I suspended for being on TV? What happened? Even if I hadn't been suspended, I wouldn't have been in the proper mental state to go to school anyways. The day immediately following the earthquake, another New Gen incident had occurred. That incident, just like the murder... Oh, wait, maybe we were just suspended because of the whole causing the incident and very clearly it being like I pulled a prank or whatever and it went on TV, so I'm in trouble for that. It didn't sound like I got arrested or anything or any legal trouble, but appearances, I guess? I don't know. That incident, just like the murder of Dr. Takashina, was obviously supposed to send a message to me. It was a woman who'd bitten off her own right hand. There was no doubt in my mind that it was supposed to allude to Nanami's severed right hand. Nanami was clear bait from Shogun to lure me out, even though I knew that. The thought that Nanami could have been the one killed sent shivers down my spine. And since I had become famous in Shibuya, in the worst sense of the word, I was now more terrified of going out than ever. If I had a hole to crawl into, I would have done it with no hesitation. Even going to the convenience store to buy food for myself killed me. And there had been entire days I went without eating. It was impossible for me to walk outside with my head not glued to the ground. It always felt like someone was laughing at me. The gazes of other people terrified me. I didn't want to talk to anyone, to see anyone. People from the mass media had been trying to bother me constantly, but I ignored every single one of them. I hadn't called my parents, nor had I talked to Nanami. I hadn't been playing ESO either. If it somehow got out that I was Neidhart, I would be absolutely fucked. And it had been 1 week now. Was that enough time for everything to cool down? People always say, oh, they'll forget about it in a month. But hopefully it didn't actually take that long. And I mean, trends do go by extremely quickly these days. The slang people use will become obsolete by the next year. Even net slang and memes that people used online died out in just a couple months. Television sought out heroes, not idols. Villains, or whatever else. The television sought out heroes, idols, villains, or whatever else that would excite the public. And as soon as it found them, it consumed them for all their worth and promptly discarded them. Even the new gen cases, which have been ongoing for 6 cases now, were quieting down. No one had even talked about the first case on that channel anymore. Everything faded from people's memories in the blink of an eye. Which is why I was hoping that, in the past week, everything that happened to me had already faded from the public consciousness. Just like some passing trend. Even if it was just wishful thinking, I couldn't help but hope that it might be true. My head and stomach started to pang. I sat down on my usual bench, and calmed myself down. Saratan would know what to say right now.
そんなに苦しむぐらいならもう学校になんか行くのやめればいいっしょ
Well, I don't have a choice in that, Saratan. They suspended me. I was at the point where I was starting to consider it. I mean, due to the worsening security, more and more people had been opting out of school in Shibuya Ward, so it wouldn't just be me. And I'd always thought that it made no difference whether or not I graduated, so much so that I'd be willing to drop out of school right now. But despite that, I still planned to continue going, even if it meant risking running into Yua. I gulped down a cola I'd bought at a vending machine on the way to the park, and then stood up from the bench. I should just stop kidding myself. I didn't want to go to school, but I didn't want to quit it either. Because if I quit school... I wouldn't be able to see Rimi anymore. We were classmates. So as long as I kept going to school, I'd be able to see her without going out of my way to do so. But if I lost that... I could always just call her to go meet with her directly, but like I said, that would mean that I'd have to go out of my way to contact her. And I knew for a fact I couldn't do that. In fact, I already hadn't been able to bring myself to see her for a while now.
私が一緒にいてあげる
And then she didn't. That was what Rimi had promised me, and I hadn't heard from her for over 10 days now. Not a single word! The thought that Rimi, my one and only ally, might have fallen out of love with me after seeing my disgusting behavior on TV, it destroyed me. I was terrified. I felt like crying. I had never felt so alone. No one, not even Nanami, had come close to me. I was being subjected to thread after thread of endless slander on the internet. I was scared shitless by even the idea of Shogun and Yua. And while I'd said that before that I didn't want to see anyone, the loneliness was eating away at me. I wanted Rimi to come and see me. I wanted her to hug me gently and tell me that it would all be okay. It must have been so hard, but I'm here now, she would say. In the end, Rimi had spoiled me rotten. But she wasn't in the wrong for doing so. Rimi had taught me the warmth that 3D could have. And now that I knew what that warmth felt like, I had never stopped wishing for it ever since. I couldn't get that kind of peace from 2D or delusions anymore. I couldn't survive on just my delusions. I wanted to see her. When I'd passed through the school gate, I hadn't noticed any particular change in the atmosphere. That is to say, no one had noticed me. I entered the building and started up the stairs. A girl I didn't recognize went to pass me, but just before she did, she let out an audible "ah" and looked at me with pity in her eyes. Oh no. This is even worse than being, actively ridiculed. They're just too... Oh god, they're just too ashamed of, what I did. They're just like, God, that was real cringe what you did. We're not even gonna talk about it. Oh no. I walked into the hallway where my classroom was located. Several windows were broken, and I could feel people's gazes mercilessly burn through me as they whispered. At that moment, I was hit with a very bad feeling. My wishful thinking was already on the verge of shattering into pieces. But even so, I opened the door to my classroom, fueled by my one desire to see Remy. The silence lasted for about 10 seconds. Everyone was frozen. They all stared at me. I kept my head down as I walked through the quieted classroom and took my seat. As if on cue, a DQN sitting in the last row, whose name I didn't know, spoke up. Okay, alright, and with those two sentences, time started moving again in the classroom. That's true. Apparently he said he wants to be my legal guardian. I never met the guy. I don't even know him. Probably true.
西条もどうせやらせなんでしょ。大きい人形と小さいお人形を抱えてただけだもんね。
やめとけって。西条は病気なだけだっつ
Jesus Christ, guys.
そっとしといてやれ。
Jesus
だってあい
Christ.
つ空飛べるらしいじゃん。あとなんだっけ？投資？
私投資され
It's
た。
actually delusion projections.
裸見られる。
That's not how clairvoyance even works.
西条変態じゃん。
I mean, that's probably true, but it had nothing to do with
やっ
the...
べこっち見た。石にされる前に目をするぜ。
Oh, no.
大丈夫。実際のところただの肝だから。
Okay. All right. Get it out of your system. I get it. That was cringe. Okay. All right. This laughter is kind of cringe. I won't lie to you. It's a little more cringe than what I did. If we're having a battle of the cringe, I think you guys are winning. In the cringe, I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. This is hell. This is exactly what I feared the most. The DQNs had their eyes on me now. It had been a week, but no one had forgotten about the uproar I had caused. I was now the laughingstock of Japan. The boy who, after trying to show off his special powers to the masses, went home and slept with the figure. There was no point in protesting, saying that I never called myself... there's no point in protesting, saying that I never called myself an Esper. The truth was meaningless now. Right now, the truth was just the one story that everyone in Japan was familiar with. A story that tens of millions of people recognized to be the truth. There was no fixing that. No one could. Not me, not anyone on TV, not even Shogun. I was a self-proclaimed Esper who no one would ever associate with. I was an absolutely revolting male otaku, the biggest freak anyone had ever seen. Not a single person would ever look at me with anything other than disgust. I also hated TV shows that made fun of otakus, and now I just added fuel to the fire. I didn't have any psychic abilities. I couldn't fly, I didn't have clairvoyance, I didn't have telekinesis. I couldn't obtain a deep sword. I'd even given up on trying to save my sister just so I could save myself. Just like the complete piece of shit I was. I was just an otaku freak that had nothing to show for his life other than his knowledge of anime, video games, and whatever other media. So it only made sense that I couldn't do it. I fought off my imminent mental breakdown and searched for my savior, Remy. And when I did, my eyes met Misumi-kun's. Only for him... Oh, no. No, Misumi! Misumi, don't do it! Misumi, no! I thought you'd still have my back, Misumi! Misumi! Immediately looked away. I guess that was only fair. If you hung out with me, the entire class would shun you too. That was why he'd looked away. It was only natural. Besides, he and I had always lived in two different worlds. I was an otaku, and he was a total alpha male. It was a marvel that we had ever been friends at all. Feeling like I was the one on the verge of tears, I went back to scanning the room. I searched for anything I could latch onto. I desperately cried out in my mind for Remy. But she wasn't there. Remy was nowhere to be found. Why? Why was she just absent? Of all times for her to be gone, why now? I didn't have any way to get a hold of her. What if she never came to school again? If that happened, I'd never see her again for the rest of my life. That was the feeling I got. It was like that when she first appeared, too. Back on the first day I saw her at school, Remy was suddenly in my class, just like that. And now, she disappeared just as quickly. Could she have gotten caught up in the earthquake? Could she be dead? I tried my best to shake off all those negative thoughts, but it was hopeless. I was just getting more and more depressed, and now my mind was being overwhelmed by an incredibly dark and foreboding delusion. I was starting to wonder if the girl known as Sakihara Rimi had ever existed at all. Maybe she was just another personality I had created inside my delusions, like Saratan. When I thought of it like that, it started to make sense. Whenever I helped Remy had always come to my rescue, like a knight in shining armor. Whenever anyone would treat an otaku freak like me like trash, Remy would treat me with kindness. Had I seriously believed that there was a 3D girl that was just so damn perfect for me? Someone that was pretty much my dream girl? Okay, we're gonna do positive now. Surely Remy is real. I had no reason to come to school anymore. My one and only reason was gone. I really was completely alone. Just like I'd always been. I'd always been completely and utterly alone. I started to cry inside my head. I took everything I had just to keep myself from crying in real life. This is all I could do to try and at least maintain some semblance of pride. But that was all it was, a semblance. I tried as hard as I could to just keep my head down, grit my teeth, and stay in my seat. Even though I didn't want to hear them, I could hear all my classmates talking. I wanted to run away, but I was too afraid of that would only make things worse. Every last one of you should just die. I had nothing left to lose, so why not just die doing what I loved to the very end? For example, wrapping my arms around one of the girls in my class and whispering dirty things ripped straight out of an arrogate into their ear. If I could actually do that, I'd go straight to class in the morning to get some public humiliation roleplay. While only half paying attention, I looked around the classroom. Is he actually going to do it? Who would be a good target? A cute girl that wouldn't put up much of a fight sounded ideal. The DQN bitches were already out of the question. Even though they were all mere high school students, they all wore way too much makeup, rendering them not even remotely attractive. Oh, I know. Maybe the transfer student would be a good choice. Okay. From a glance, she looked like she was quite docile, and her entire body gave off an aura of a lolly who was typically the #1 target of bullying. Additionally, she also had the clumsy girl attribute, which was super moe. Really, she was already virtually a 2D character. Yes, perhaps she really would be a good choice for hee. Okay, let's do the delusion. I hope it gets twisted around and then she murders me when I try it. I hope that gets twisted. I stood up in a relaxed manner. The area surrounding me had changed. Even the people who had been ridiculing and provoking me were startled by my sudden movement. In the end, you guys are all talk. But I'm different. I'm built different. I'm the type of man who acts. And now it's time to prove it to you. Without saying a single word, I made my way over to the transfer student's desk. She was sitting hunched over in her seat, face down. Noticing me approach, she looked up at me quizzically. For some reason, she already looked like she was about to cry, and then quickly grabbed both her slender arms. I then began to pull her towards me. She tried to resist me with her feeble strength. She alternated between looking at me and looking at her surroundings, her confusion written all over her face. It was clear she had no idea what to do. Don't do that. Don't do that, Takumi. I brought her in close and wrapped my arms around her quite forcefully. Why are you doing that, Takumi? Her body really was incredibly frail, to the point where I thought I might break her if I was too rough with her. She trembled like a chihuahua in my hands. What? Why would you describe it like that? But man, did she smell... Oh god, Takumi. I nuzzled against her head, the top of which barely reached the bottom of my chin. I buried my nose in her soft hair and sniffed it. Why would you... Takumi? Takumi? Somebody stop this man, please. The transfer student was so terrified that she couldn't speak. Then again, I hadn't seen her talk even once before this anyway. She was struggling and wriggling around in order to try and escape from my grip, but the strength she put forth was pitiful. I didn't exercise normally at all, but even with zero muscle mass, I had easily been able to subdue her. The DQNs around me, likely taken aback by my strange behavior, were all frozen in place. And as the transfer student shook her head back and forth, I ran my tongue along her earlobe. Don't do that. Don't make that fit. Oh, what is going on? Her delicate body squirmed in my arms. Ah, what a delicious reaction. More. I couldn't get enough of it. I was getting more and more aroused. I decided not to think about the consequences. Instead, just choose to follow through my inner desire. Okay. First, the dirty talk. I was going to make this timid transfer student say something indecent. Fuhihi, sexual desire was something else. Oh no. Please don't. What is he gonna make me say? Oh, he's making her say pussycat? The transfer student's face reddened. She shook her head even more desperately than before, tears welling up in her eyes. Cockroach. Her reluctance only served to feed my sadistic desire even more. Cock-a-doodle-doo?
Jinsko!
Oh. What? Oh. Get trolled? Yeah, I can cluck like a chicken. It's not a big deal. And then I wake up. Thank God. Well, let's forget about that last one. Yeah, let's forget about that last one. That didn't happen. As I slouched farther and farther into my seat, I tried to make the transfer student perform a number of humiliating acts in my head. Fuhihi, I wasn't going to hold back anymore. If my life was going to end anyway, I might as well have a little bit of fun before it did. The more I thought about it, the more I felt the urge to do it. Maybe the moment I did something reckless like that, the simulation of the bad end would end, and the world would then reset. Why is this music playing? I would then return to the original world where I could make different choices. Rimi would be there. Misumi-kun would be talking to me in his normal, overly friendly manner. Everyone would have completely forgotten about my shameful behavior. No one would be making fun of me. Maybe I should try it. The center of my head felt fuzzy. I felt kind of feverish. Was this that fever you got before obtaining some new knowledge or power? Or was it some delusional fever? I didn't have a specific name for it if it was. Well, not like it mattered. Maybe I should try it. Even if I couldn't return to the original world, people would just think I was crazy. No, they probably already thought that, so it really didn't matter. It wasn't like I had anything to lose. A week ago, back when the nurse had told me that Nanami was still alive, I thought that. As long as Nanami was alive, nothing else mattered. Even my life didn't matter. I didn't care if I was treated like some freak and sent to the nearest hospital. It'd be nice if I ended up in the same one as Ayase. Where had Ayase been admitted to, I wondered? Was it that penitentiary-like hospital that she'd used to be in? Even that would be fine. Hell, that would even be slightly better than being in this school without Rimi. The urges within me bubbled like magma. I could no longer control them. I slowly stood up. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Everyone in the class stared at me, and their expressions stiffened. Don't look. There's no reason to look at a worthless piece of shit like me. Saratan, save me. Saratan! Suddenly, I heard a girl's voice? Not only that, but it sounded straight out of an anime. It was me. It was me. Maybe you're right. Whoever that is. Who the hell was talking to me? I looked around the room, one at a time. Everyone was all frozen in place due to my odd behavior, but they all kept their mouths shut. Couldn't find a single human being who was talking. But that voice, it was such a strange sensation. Felt like it was coming from directly inside my head. Get out of my head, get out of my head, get out of my head. Or was it an illusion? Or had I just crafted yet another delusional girl inside my fucking head? At allsies? Who the hell are you? What was that just now? They were responding to my thought. Is it the transfer girl? Someone reading my mind? No. It had to be just a delusion.
コズピーはここにいるよ。
Kozupi?
コズピーってなんだよ。ここってどこ？誰なの？
When I shouted, my classmates moved farther from me, almost like they were trying to run away in fear.
西条くんに価値がないなんて、そんなの全然違う。
The voice didn't answer my question. All the voice did was continue to talk to me in a really strange way.
むしろ西条くんのことをひどく言うクラスのみんなの方が価値がないから。
True! A shudder ran through me. Goosebumps sprang up on my skin. In an extremely cheerful tone, the voice then
い
said,
いと思うなら
Thinksies?
殺しても
She said, let's kill him. Let's kill him, chat. Let's kill the classroom. Let's kill him with hammers. That's what she said. I didn't say that. She said that. Please, no more. I cowered in my seat, cradling my hands, my head in my hands. The world hadn't reset. I hadn't returned to the parallel world where Remy was. Parallel world. A different world that exists parallel to ours in another space-time. It exists in the same dimension as the world we live in, and in some cases, the locations of both, of people and other things residing in it are completely identical. If I've learned anything, mass murder is based. I mean, that's what Kazupi thinks. What she thinks he's. She thinks he's that. Rather, it was like I'd gone completely and utterly crazy. I mean, we're 7 chapters into you being completely and utterly crazy, so. It'd been a week since Bond had last visited the Frisia office. Frisia office. And things were a little bit different than he remembered. The seas of papers that had been piling high atop each and every desk were now completely absent. They had likely all come crashing down due to the earthquake, and Momose had ordered it to be cleaned up. Because of this, the place looked quite tidy. Staring at it with a sidelong look, Bond let out a sigh, then sat down on an office chair he had wheeled out from beneath the desk. He restlessly fanned his face with his favorite handheld fan. Momose, who had been tapping away at her laptop's keyboard on her desk, took one look at Bond's dismal appearance and scowled.
なに？来るなにため息なんてついて。
ああ、ももちゃん。
ももちゃん。
何にもないとこから剣が出てくるって手品見たことあるかい？
Yeah, maybe.
手品なんて詳しくないから。
じゃあ、瞬間移動は？
Are you familiar with teleportation? You gotta know about that.
箱の中に入ってとかそういうこと？
あ、いや。
No.
そうじゃなくて。
一体何が言いたいわけ？宴会芸でも覚えたいの？
わかんないならいいんだ。多分関係ないことだからさ。
変な人ね。
Momose shrugged her shoulders, then took a bite out of the kintsuba pastry Bon had offered her.
どうぞお茶っす。
Piping hot tea. Suo brought over 2 paper cups. Steam billowed from the green tea that had been poured into them.
あら悪いわね、スバちゃん。お茶組なんてさせちゃって。今日美穂ちゃん風邪で休んでて。
いや、大丈夫っす。
With a cheerful smile on his face, he handed Momose and Bon each a paper cup. Suo had been taken to the office once before by Bon while they were on another case. Ever since then, Suo had come to look up to Momose as his mentor rather than his more direct superior Bon. Momose also seemed to enjoy Suo's company, and she tended to speak to the young, honest man with a far kinder language than she did Bon.
それより何の話してたんすか？
どうやったら父兄に受ける宴会芸を覚えられるかって相談をな。
Yeah, the local policewoman.
ああ、
We gotta riz
そ
them
れ
up.
は興味深いっす。
スワちゃん、こんなダメ刑事なんかといつまでもつるんでちゃダメよ。もっと優秀な上司に就くのおすすめするわ。でないとあなたの出世街道が断たれちゃう。
まるで俺が出世絶望的みた
I
いな言い
mean,
方
you
だな。
probably are.
事実でしょ。悔しかったらもっと真面目に仕事しなさい。
What? Hey, I brought you pastries.
あ
Yeah, it's not like trying. Ignoring Bond's frown of a disagreement, Momose held out the box of kintsuba to
ス
Suwa.
ワちゃんも食べて。
あ、どうもっす。
Wait, what is kintsuba? Hold on, I want to look it up. Kintsuba. Bro. Bro. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait. Wait, what is it described as? Traditional Japanese sweet, wagashi, that is fairly common, although not as popular. Well, that doesn't answer my question. What is it? It's a yokon with an utter crust. What is a yokon? What's a yokon? Yokon. Made of red bean paste, agar, and sugar. It is usually sold in block form and eaten in slices. It's a wagashi made of red bean paste and sugar. Wait, let me see if I can show you guys an image of it. This is apparently what it looks like. Oh my god. If I can get it to save. Okay, here's an image of it. Here's one of them that I saw. Look at that shit. What does red bean paste taste like? I'm assuming it must be very sweet. It must be like a pastry meme, right? And then they cook it with like sugar. Sweet potato kintsuba? What is this? This is kintsuba that's like sweet potato. Sweet potato kintsuba. What is that? What do these taste like? I want to try it. I want to try it. Where is it? Is this a thing I can obtain in my area at all? Is this a thing I could do? Bro, what are these ones? They're like blue. Hold on. Bro, they're like blue. Ube kintsuba? What is ube? What is ube? Oh, this is a YouTube video. I'm not watching a YouTube video. I just want to know what ube kintsuba is. Okay, well, what is ube? I know what kintsuba is. What is ube? Purple yam. It's a Philippine dessert. Made from boiled and mashed purple yam. Okay, so it's like purple. It looks kind of blue, but I guess it's like purple. No, yeah, it's purple. It's purple. Either way, I want to try it. I want it. I want it. Chat, somebody go order it for me right now. Send it to my house. Go do that. Find it. Find it. Okay.
言っとくが、それは俺が自腹で買ってきたもんだぞ。
Yeah, my own
はい、
money.
いただきます。
Thanks for the treat. When he saw his subordinate bow his head and reach for the kintsuba, Bond let out yet another sigh.
それより二人ともこれを見て。
A line graph appeared on the laptop screen. It had a gently undulating curve that rose and fell like the tide. Suwa had circled around behind Bond, peered at the graph, and cocked his head.
これ、何のグラフっすか？
What's the graph?
ここ1年の渋谷近辺の G レートよ。おかしいと思わない？
Kinda.
渋谷の平均 G レートが世界的に見ても高いってのはもう
そうじゃなくて、気のせいかもしれないけど G レートが何者かによって 操作されてるような気がするの。
そん
Really?
なことできるんすか？
さあ。でもグラフを見るとなんだか不自然なのよね。
Little sauce.
数値が小刻みに変動しすぎてる。10年ぐらい前まで遡って調べてみたんだけど、ここ5年ぐらいはずっとそんな調子なのよ。
Didn't the big earthquake
前
happen
に
5 years ago?
太田教授だっけか、その人が言ってた、なんだっけ、G レートが半年前から増加してるとかなんとか。
太田教授の調査では G レートはそんなに細かい変動は起こさないっていうことなのよ。
何らかの異常が起こってて、そこに人為的なものを感じるってことか。
でも5年っすよ。それだけ続いてれば異常じゃなくて正常な状態と言えなくもないんじゃないですか？
もう一つあるの。グラフを細かく調べていくと G レートは毎週末に伸びる傾向に
Every
あるのよ。
weekend? When it's not a school day?
週休2日のサラリーマンにはありがたいこったな。俺には関係ないけど。
ああ、土日に休み欲しいっすね。自分もう2ヶ月休みなしっすよ。
Jesus Christ, Soa. The two dejected detectives hung their heads, to which Momose responded with a curt shake of her own.
茶化してる場合じゃないわ。1週間ごとに定期的に変動してるのよ。しかも年末年始やお盆休みなんかは変動がピタリと止まる。何かの意志が働いているとしか思えないわ。
年末年始やお盆休みがあるのって人間だけだよな。動物や植物はそんなもんあるわけねえもんな。
Are you sure? Are you sure they don't have
実は
holidays?
地球の意志とか。
地球の意志だが、もし仮にそんなもんがあったとして、地球が明けましておめでとうとか言うかや。
冗談っすよ。
年末年始はともかくお盆休みは日本にしかない風習よね。
日本人の社会活動と同期しすぎて。
渋谷っすから当然なんじゃ。
ちなみにこことここ。
Momose first pointed at the center of the line graph, and then to the right, where the most recent date was situated.
この2箇所はすごく伸びているでしょ。
一番右はこの1年の最高記録みたいだな。
1年どころかこの10年で最高よ。
日付は
What are the
真ん中は
dates?
3ヶ月前。覚えてる？小さ
ああ、震度3でなぜか8人も死んだ。あれか。あの犠牲者ってなんで死んだのか理由はまだ特定できてないんじゃなかったか。
さあ、そうでしたっけ？
Ignoring the exchange between the two detectives, Momose continued talking.
で、一番右はこの間の地震の日。
おお、
あの日大規模な電磁波が発生したのは知ってるわよね。
渋谷中のコンピューターが壊れたらしいな。俺はアナログ人間だからよくわからんな。
All that tech stuff's Greek to me.
自分も自宅のノーパソがやられたっす。普及してる暇がなくて。
あれは地震の影響で電磁波が起きたって言われてるけど、真相は全く逆かもしれない。
The electromagnetic waves caused the
電
earthquake.
磁波の影響で地震が起きた。
おいおい、そんなことテレビや新聞じゃ言ってなかったぞ。
あくまで私の推測だけど、この2つの地震は天災じゃなくて人災かもって思ってるの。だってどっちも普通じゃないもの。前の地震では震度3っていう規模なのに8人も亡くなってるし、そして今回は震度5で118人。
Only being a 5. I thought 5 was one of the higher ones. I thought that's what we read.
死にすぎって言いたいのか。
さっきバンちゃん言ったでしょ。亡くなった方の大半は死因が不明って。
I knew it was Nanami and her EM waves the whole time. True! Again, we still haven't seen her in a while. We know she's alive, but we still haven't seen her. I think she's the new gen killer. She did all of this. She did all of this because I tried to ditch her at the mall that one time. I
そん
believe
な
it.
の尋常じゃないわ。
まあ確かに。
それに空が白く染まったっていう噂もある。
そういえば時間が経つにつれて全く報道されなくなったな。
マスコミに何らかの圧力があったのかもね。
まさか。
名はどうか。
おそらくそうよ。
I would kill him too for that, just leaving you at the mall.
明和党とつながりのある企業団体を洗うべきか。
もうやったわよ。
What do you got?
さすがももちゃん、相変わらず仕事早いね。
Sasuga Momo-chan.
で
What you got? Look at his fucking face, man. What you got for us? Momose raised her hands skyward and stretched far and wide, tilting her head slightly to the side. A satisfying pop sounded from her bones.
それらしい当たりはなし。お手上げよ。
お手上げって。
What? Momo-chan, what the fuck? Come on.
やっぱももちゃんさんの推測が間違いなんじゃ。
そうかもしれないわね。これでも結構時間かけて調べたのよ。本業そっちのけでね。でも行き詰まっちゃったわ。よほど巧妙に隠されているか。スワちゃんの言う通り、私の推測が見当外れでしかないのか。
こういう時は別の方向から攻めてみるってのがデカの鉄則だぜ。
Attack from a different angle.
先輩、なんか心当たりあるんすか？
No, not at all. Bond stopped the hand that was fanning himself, then wet his lips with his tongue.
週末に G レートが上がって得するやつって誰なんだろうな。
Higher on the weekends. Who would benefit from that? I hadn't heard any more auditory illusions, but I couldn't bear to spend even another second in the classroom, so I had booked it to the restroom and had hid there until afternoon classes were over. The reason I hadn't immediately headed back to my base was not only because of my lingering regret, but also because I still hoped that I'd get to see Remy. So after school, once everybody had left, I snuck back into the empty classroom. And there she was, all alone in the room, smiling at me as I walked in, was Remy.
石どこ行ってたの？待ってたんだよ。
This is definitely real.
一緒に帰ろっか、タク。
Yeah, let's do it. I was hoping you'd say that. This is exactly what I had wished for. But I was the only one in the classroom. Nobody was waiting for me. I made my way to the courtyard. And it was here that Remy had told me, I'll stay by your side. And now, there was no one here. My only companions were the purple flowers in the flower bed, swaying lonesomely in the autumn breeze. I grabbed the vermilion handkerchief out of my bag, the same one that Remy had given me. I sniffed it, hoping to smell her familiar floral scent. But that smell never came. I had likely washed it once before, and in the process, erased every trace of her. It was just a regular handkerchief now. The memory lingered, but Remy did not. With every part of me crying out to see her,
なんて
I simply wandered around the school
なん
grounds,
て救いようがないんだ。
holding her handkerchief to my mouth the entire time. I disgusted myself so much. Felt like I was going to vomit. Cope. Cope. After leaving the school, I began to walk around aimlessly. I didn't care about anything anymore. My fears about being attacked by Shogun or Yua or whoever had completely vanished. I even found myself wishing that they would kill me. As long as it wasn't painful, I welcomed it. My mental state had been completely overtaken by depression. When my gaze happened upon it, the center of Shibuya was so bleak, it only served to accelerate my depression all the more. Not a single smile could be seen on the people walking down the street. All they did was scowl grimly at their surroundings. It gave the place a particularly stark atmosphere, one where it felt as if a fight could break out between the passers-by at any moment. Stores that would normally be filled to the brim with people had their shutters practically bolted to the ground. Just by walking aimlessly through Shibuya, I'd already come across a ton of them. I also noticed that there were less cars on the road than usual. The jumbotrons that had always blared through the streets were now completely silent. And in their place was the incessant sounds of police sirens, car horns, and various cars screeching in the distance. There wasn't a single trace of the mess I'd caused in front of the station a week ago. Even if I hadn't disappeared from the people's memories yet, the city's memories may have long since driven me into obscurity. How nice it would be if I, too, could wipe away my memories. To know nothing, to be ignorant, to remain a fool. I was sure a person like that lived a full life of sunshine and rainbow roses.
無知は罪だ。知らない方が幸せなこともあるという人間もいるが、そんな。
I had a feeling Santa had said something Santa had said that to me. But was it really so wrong? Being naive? People? Me? None of us are that strong. I was always wishing for someone to save me. I couldn't do anything on my own. I didn't want to. I stood in the middle of the road and closed my eyes. The most agonizing thing about all this was that I barely understood what was actually going on. Things like Shogun and D-swords were things I didn't want to know, but I'd ended up learning about them regardless. However, if you were to ask me what they were, I wouldn't be able to answer. I didn't know the answer. Maybe I should just die. Looking at the top of the O-front building, I thought that to myself. If I were to die, maybe my memories would reset, and I would get to play again. Hey, person controlling me, what do you think? I don't think you should do that. I think suicide's not the answer. Takumi, if you're asking me, and you want my answer, that's my answer. Don't do that. This current playthrough is a complete and utter failure. You made a mistake by allowing your joke of a character to grow in levels. You should have made me more like a hero. You should have made me actually cool. You should have made me more sociable and respectful to women. And you should have given me a passionate sense of justice that would allow me to empower the weak. As I am now, I can't beat the final boss. I can't beat the game. I can't do anything, so please don't expect me to. Reset the game. Please, I'm worthless like this. Erase me. Anything? I wasn't erased. Instead, I felt the impact of someone bumping into my shoulder. Hey, I'm walking here. I thought it was just an auditory illusion. Earlier this morning, I had heard a girl version of that line, and now it was a guy version. Who asked for that? I'd rather hear a much more moe voice, an illusion I could actually fap to later. Then again, if they were to whisper something sexy in my ear, I'd get a boner even though I was in the middle of the city. Yeah, that's me. No, listen, I had nothing to do with that. I was set up. God, I wish. Well, you call me Esper-kun? I'm Esper-kun to you? I opened my eyes. There were 3 men standing all around me. All 3 of them were wearing baggy clothing, and they all had gold, silver, and red hair. 2 of them had their noses and ears pierced, and the remaining one just had their ears pierced. One of them was a Ganguro, which I thought had gone completely extinct before now. And there's a death flag, I thought to myself. So this was the bump into confrontation kind of death flag, huh? It really was just one after the other today. Whatever, I don't care anymore. Just hurry up and kill me. Once you do, the game will reset and I'll be born anew. Do you have a knife on you? Make sure to stab me in a way that I'll die instantly, alright? I was so scared my legs were shaking. I shouted that instinctively. Though it had been closer to a scream, I didn't care how it made me look. I didn't want to die, I didn't want to die, I didn't want to die. I was lying about not caring anymore. My situation might be hopeless, but I still didn't want to die. One of the DQNs covered my mouth. I couldn't speak anymore. They grabbed my arms from both sides. I stopped resisting. What does this say? God's judgment? Oh, God. They dragged me to a deserted alleyway no one would go near, grinning the entire time. So I decided to launch a preemptive strike against the three men.
許して。
That's not a preemptive strike. I got down on my hands and knees and apologized in a shaky voice.
お金なら全部渡すから。それで見逃してください。
I held out my wallet to them. The DQN snatched it from me.
お前金持ちだな。さすが超能力少年だぜ。
Jesus, how loaded are we?
お前いいやつじゃん。俺気に入っちゃったよ。
Still on my hands and knees, I breathed a sigh of relief when he said that. If he liked me, he was probably gonna let me go. No, he's kicking you in the face.
俺らの仲間に入れてやるよ。入会金は100万円な。これ強制。
1 million yen,
とこだけ
mandatory.
どよ。今日の夜までにしてやるよ。
Okay, tonight? We can get it.
まあ、なんか超能力使って見せてくれたら半額にしてやってもいいけどな。
Sure, I'll pull out a sword from the air right now.
なんか言えよ。超能力見せろっつってんだよ。
できねえの。
できねえのかっつってんだよ。
Ow! Felt a sharp pain jolt through my side. Felt like he'd broken my ribs. I couldn't breathe. I nearly lost consciousness. I was dizzy. As I thought that, the DQN's foot came into view in front of me. Then, aiming directly at my face, his shoes shot toward me at tremendous speed. Ow! Fuck. Fucking hurts, man. Fucking hurts, dude. Okay, there we go. What just happened? I thought I felt an agonizing pain radiating from my face, but it might have just been a delusion. I tried to open my eyes, but my eyelids refused to move. The darkness wouldn't go away.
だよ、もう伸びたのか？ どうする？このくらいにしとく？
もうちょっと痛みつけといた方がいいんじゃね？あのダーススパイダーの兄ちゃんもそう言ってたじゃん。
The what guy?
ボコボコにしてくれって言ってた。
The who?
こいつボコるだけで金くれるなんて、よっぽどこいつのこと嫌いなのかもな。
というわけなんで続きまーす。
俺らのこと恨まないでね。
I'm getting killed by fucking 3 hyenas on the streets. What is this shit? Ah, eat that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I want to kill them. Sorry. I'm sorry. I want to kill them. Oh.
おい、何土地狂ってんだよ。ふざけんなよ。なんだそれ。おい。
おい。
よせ。
おいおいおい。
やめて。やだ。
That doesn't sound too good. That sounds like several people are dead. Oh, the pale evening sun shone through the window of a hospital room. The light, singed red by the twilight, divided the room into 2 distinct parts, one captivated by light, and one dominated by darkness. And what was illuminated by that light was a bed adorned with pure white sheets. On the bedside table sat a handheld video game console. A number of academic books lined a nearby shelf, neighbored by the muted pink petals of an arrangement of cosmos flowers, resting in a vase. There he is. That's the Darth Spider. He's right there. The room was neat and tidy. Nothing moved. Nothing stirred. It was a space where time seemed to have come to a stop. The window cut into the evening sky, and by that window was a small figure, sitting in a wheelchair. The figure's back to the window, he remained still and motionless. His breathing was so light, and the intervals between each breath were so long, one might think he was already dead. His skin was covered in wrinkles. His cheeks were hollow. His eye sockets were sunken in. His scalp was barren. With these features, it was often questioned whether he should be referred to as a young boy or an old man. His shadow, which he had dubbed Shogun, extended all the way to the door of the room. The world was moved for the first time. The door slowly opened, and a figure emerged from the darkness, from the darkened corridor, stepping foot into the room steeped in evening glow. Rimi? Sakihara Rimi did not fully enter the hospital room. Instead, chose to remain at the entrance. Bro, Takumi was right all along. Takumi was right from the beginning. Her expression, illuminated by the setting sun, detailed how the girl had been deep in thought.
もうやめよう。
Nope. Can't stop.
残念だけど、あの彼は西條匠は消すべきだよ。
Shogun remained motionless in response to her
どう
words.
して？
危険だから。
Rimi's voice was laden with grief and sorrow. Her eyes appeared slightly moist.
私が消そうか。
Why erase me? What did I do to you, Rimi?
ダメだよ。
Rimi was unable to confirm whether or not he was actually moving his mouth to speak.
彼にはやってもらわなくちゃいけないことがあるんだ。
Rimi hung her head, then gently ran her fingers through her hair, then draped down before her.
例えば、あなたは夢に見たことを。
うん。
そっか、私すぐ忘れちゃうんだ。
できる人とできない人がいる。
できる人はきっとロマンチストなんだね。
Real romantics.
すごく長い夢をよく見るよ。見ている間は何年にも感じられる。
私もそうだった。そうだった気がする。でもそれは幻。実際の時間としては寝ているうちのほんの 2,3 秒程度のものなんだって。夢って心の歌方なの。だから早く目覚めて出ないといつかあなたは西條匠に
We can only hope. We can only hope for that.
それでも構わないよ。夢から覚めるわけにはいかない。
What is this, Inception?
この夢は
完結した夢の後には何が残るの？
Probably not. We're getting close to world-ending shit here, Rimi. I don't think you understand the stakes going on here. My shoulder was shaken softly. It was extremely gentle, and after just one shake, it stopped. Felt like someone was peering at my face. Oh, is it the transfer student? My consciousness was slowly returning to me. And as it did, the pain in my body returned along with it. The smell in my nose, it was a smell so strong it made me want to vomit. The smell of blood. I felt a tingling around my upper lip, the taste of iron spreading through my mouth. Slowly, I opened my eyes. It is her, okay. I was in the same back alley as before. I was lying face down on the asphalt, and right in front of me was a small reddish-brown puddle of liquid, likely seeping out from one of the dumpsters. Grimacing at the smell of invading my nostrils, I sat up. My whole body ached. My face in particular hurt like hell. It was hot and tingly, like someone had taken a lighter and gasoline to it. Right beside me, a girl I recognized was kneeling down and looking at me. She looked like she was about to cry. It was the transfer student, the girl who'd transferred into my class. What was her name again? Ohara? Oshihara? Why was the transfer student here, I wondered. And then, the transfer student held out something to me. It was my wallet. Why did she have it? My head's still foggy. I looked around. The 3 DQNs that had attacked me earlier were now lying in a pool of blood. What the hell? It was like they'd all been one-shot by some OP mob. The faces of all 3 were barely still intact. Were they dead? None of them moved a single muscle. No. Was this the 7th New Gen case? Who the hell would do something like this? Had I? The transfer student then stood up and beckoned to me. I was completely pale. She alternated between looking at me, who was still very confused, and the 3 collapsed people. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Suddenly, she grabbed my hand and took off running with me in tow, staggering every once in a while. Now it's a question of, did I kill them, or did she kill them? Because it could have been either way. As soon as we reached the main street, the transfer student let go of my hand. We hadn't run very far, but she was already out of breath. We both fell silent. Maybe the transfer student was just as bad at stalking as I was. No, that didn't matter right now. What I needed to do first was figure out what the hell had happened. I'd been being harassed by those DQNs, and then they picked a fight with me. Then I must have passed out. But how long had I been unconscious? Taku's a gamer. He couldn't hurt a fly. True. I didn't get to pick a delusion here. We're just experiencing one. Oh, now we get to pick one? Wait, what's going on here? 5 mini-minutes? There it was again. I'd heard it again. I thought someone I knew was nearby and was trying to talk to me, but I couldn't see anyone that fit the description. Damn it. Where were all these auditory illusions coming from? And why were they all happening today? Wait, no, we did positive last time, so we're supposed to do negative now, right? It's not an illusion at all. Okay, now we're probably going to end up getting killed by her, probably, in this illusion. Which meant... Startled, I looked up at the sky. Is this voice an attack from Shogun? Is he reading my mind? Goon? What is gooning? What does that mean? He's attacking me from a satellite. Why would you make these sounds? Panicked, I crouched down on the spot, clutching my head. He's gonna kill me. This time he's gonna kill me for sure. He has to be angry at me for not listening to him back at Old-Front, and now he's doing this to punish me. What do I do? Where can I go that'll protect me from him? With those thoughts racing through my mind, I was thrown into a desperate frenzy. There's nowhere to run. An invisible attack from space aimed at me with pinpoint accuracy. Its weaponry could surely pierce through anything to get to me, no matter how strong the shelter. There's nowhere in Japan that I can run to. Nowhere I can hide. It's over. It's all over for me. What? What even is a Kozupi? Are you trying to throw me off guard with that moe voice of yours? Why? Why are you willing to go so far just to hunt me down? Downsies. What are you going to do with me? Make my head explode? Dissolve my brain into a pile of goo? Please, no. Please, no. I don't want to die. I was cowering on the floor in fear, and then I felt someone poke me in the shoulder. I nervously looked up and saw that the transfer student was still there. When she'd poked me, she tried to mumble something, but hadn't ended up saying anything. So instead of speaking, she decided to timidly raise her hand. Are you getting it yet, Takumi? This is her. Speaking directly into your mind.
コズピーがコズピーなの。
Well, let's get that one and then this one. Look at that face.
それとコズピーは転校生じゃなくて
Neithersies.
折原梢なの。
Orihara Kozue. I very faintly remembered hearing that name from Misumi-kun a long time ago. Kozue? Kozue? Kozupi? Shogun drone striked a split personality in his brain. You know, I would not be surprised. No, does that mean this voice I'm hearing is one that you're sending to my head? The transfer student nodded her head empathetically.
テレパシー。
仕組みはよくわかんないのら。でもできるの。
But yes, Kozubi can telepathy. Yes, Kozubi can telepathy. Yeah, she can do that. She can do a telepath. She can do a telepathy. That's ridiculous. This voice is her.
西条くん、大丈夫？
Transfer student, her head still hanging downward, glanced up at me and pointed at my face. Her fingertips were trembling.
タラリーって出てる。
I touched my hand to my face. The bottom of my nose was slimy. My nose was bleeding. A transfer student offered me a tissue. I took it from her and wiped away the blood, but I was still feeling very uneasy. Transfer student
コズ
is...
ピーだよ。
Kozubi isn't moving her mouth. She isn't talking. So why can I hear her voice?
心の声なのら。
It's the what? Enough with the obnoxious speaking style. I can't stand it when people do it IRL.
ごめん。
Wait, you can hear my inner voice
聞
too?
こえるよ。
普通に話さないのはなんで？
That's cringe.
恥ずかしいし。
Yeah, that's too cringe. I can't be seen speaking to you. Oh, I know how you feel. I'm like that too. When I said that, she scurried around me like a chipmunk, glanced at me, and started walking toward the station by herself.
ここ離れた方がいいと思う。
Why? Confused, I followed her. As I walked, I noticed something. There was a stabbing pain in my side. The pain throbbed with every step I took, so I was forced to stop. I groped my side and took a breath. There were people everywhere. I hated Shibuya with a burning passion. It felt like everyone I passed by was laughing at me. It felt like everyone was watching me. It felt like everyone knew my face. Don't look at me. Don't laugh at me. I wanted to find somewhere I could get away from it all. I needed a place to rest.
ほいじゃあいいところがあるならご案内します。
The energy in Kozubi's voice now is a stark contrast to the few times we saw each other at school before. And even though she doesn't talk IRL, her inner voice has energy to spare, to say the least.
わあ、今うるさい女って考えた。
Being able to talk to her in my head is convenient, but at the same time it's kind of annoying. Come to think of it, I'm accepting this stuff pretty easily, despite the fact that I'm not sure how the hell it actually works. Is this really a genuine, real-life psychic power?
やっぱりコズピーのこと気味悪いよね。
Kinda? I won't lie to
こん
you.
なの普通じゃないし。
Yeah, it's not normal, no. I'm not bothered by the fact that you're not normal. It's just that I've met all kind of weirdos lately. I met all kinds of weirdos lately. But you, Cosby, you talk kind of funny, sure, but you're not scary. And you're not denpa tier. If anything, I prefer this.
そう言ってもらえるとうるうるってなっちゃうのら。
But, I mean, you're not smiling. As we walked, Kazupi suddenly burst into tears. Startled, I hurriedly gave her back the tissue. After bowing to me way more times than she needed to, she took the tissue and wiped the tears from her eyes. Back to what I was saying earlier. It feels really weird and also makes me feel pretty uncomfortable when people hear everything I'm thinking. That's my honest opinion about it.
そうだよね。ごめんなさい。
Cosby is sorry.
でも聞きたくなくても聞こえちゃうの。
That sounds like torture. Is that so?
そうなの。
It's so. Well, either way, I know you don't want to be told that by an otaku freak like me. I was right. A disgusting guy like me really is worthless.
そんなことない。
Just as I was about to revert to my depressed state, Cosby shouted at me with her inner voice.
ダメだよ。そんなこと言っちゃ。そんな悲しいこと。
Tears started to trickle down her face once again. Why are you crying? Do you feel sorry for me? If so, there's no reason to. I mean, look at me. I'm so utterly delusional. I create personalities inside my head and treat them like they're actual real people. For example, there's Remy.
それって咲畑さんじゃなかった。咲畑さんのこと？
You know her?
だってクラスメートだよ。西条くんの彼女さんなのだ。
I wish. Well, like hell she is.
あ、違うの？てっきりそうだとばっかり思ってた。
Oh, the harem grows. The harem grows. We're in. Cosby knows who Remy is, which means Remy is real. She isn't just a delusion. She isn't someone I made up in my head. Remy really is real.
そうか。
I'm so happy. Well, if that's really true, then why hasn't she contacted me a single time? Maybe the old friend incident really did make her fall out of love with me.
咲畑さん、地震があったあの日、青い顔をして早退して行っちゃったのら。それ以来、学校来てないよ。もしかして家族に何か悲しいことがあったかも。
Maybe. Is that so? Felt like I'd been saved. Now that I knew that Remy hadn't abandoned me, I genuinely felt like I was about to burst into tears. If it's really true, if Remy really isn't a delusion, then I actually have a reason to go to school, to see Remy again. So until I see her once again, I'll try my hardest to...
気をつけてね。
Huh?
西条くんが咲畑さんと付き合ってるって思ってたから言わな。咲畑さんには気をつけて。
Why is that? What do you mean?
咲畑さんはよくわかんないのら。
I mean, yeah. I was convinced that she was a demon killer. That's what I was convinced about. Again, what do you mean? What do you mean I don't really know her? What do you mean? What? Do you mean because of the cruxification? Or is it that even though I'm supposed to have been classmates with her since first year, all my memories of her are missing? It's true that Remy still is a bit of a mystery to me, but she saved me over and over again. Whenever I'm scared, she tells me that she'll stay by my side. It was all a plan by her and Shogun to get close to me. It was all according to Keikaku. She's not my enemy. For some reason, Kazupi looked a bit unstable. Oh shit. Sorry. Alright, I'm sorry. We gotta slow down our thoughts. We gotta one thought at a time. What are these sounds? Sorry. This is just pretty new to me. Whenever I have a conversation with someone, I always end up not being able to say even 20% of what I'm thinking before it ends. When it comes to this mental stuff, I guess I just can't help but talk too much because I think too much. I guess this kind of applies to you too. I never would have expected you to talk so much. Inside your head, that is.
喋ってるっていう感覚は薄いよ。考えてるだけ。それが流れ込むだけ。相手にはビビーって 相手からは
ビビー
ドバーって
Bang bang boom.
慣れてないと自分の思考と相手の思考がごちゃごちゃってなってにゃーってなるの。
We just think about this in like anime sound effects, manga sounds. What is this? In Japanese, please. I can kind of understand what you're going for, though. I think you're trying to say that you don't have the real subtlety or nuance of actual conversation. There's nothing like, for example, looking at the other person's expression and then deciding that you're no longer able to bring yourself to say what you want to say because of it. If people's thoughts just leaked out wildly, then you'd no longer be able to read the room. The transmission isn't one way, but it isn't two-way either. It's like having to pick one arrow out of an avalanche of other arrows, all of which were flying in different directions, all while somehow ignoring all the other ones you didn't need. You have to tune out all the excess noise.
だから気楽だし距離感も近いけど傷つくことも簡単なの。
For a moment, Kazupi's expression clouded a bit, but not long after, a tearful smile arose on her face.
西条くんは初めてなのにすんごく上手だよ。コズピーとビビビが合うの。
Your beep beep beeps match up really nicely with Kazupi's. Beep beep beeps? Are you trying to say we're on the same wavelength?
そう波長。
Hacho, hacho? Well, I guess it's probably because it's probably because I do something similar with Seraton pretty often.
でもあの時の西条くんは怖かったの。おぴー。
Back then?
今日の朝教室で。
Oh, yeah, oh, this is awkward. That was the satellites. The satellites sent that delusion to my brain. I wouldn't actively think that stuff ever. That was Shogun, who beamed. There's patents. There's patents of this device in America, and it lets you send things to the mind. And you gotta trust me on this, Kazupi. It's the signals. And the government's coming after me, and Remy's might not be real. Listen, there's a lot going on, okay? I was just on... Listen, I didn't think that stuff. I would never think... that was the government. Oh, God, that reminds me. I think I had a really stupid delusion this morning.
だからうひゃーって思ってつい声をかけちゃったのら。本当はなるべくこの力を他の人に知られないようにしようって決めてたのに。
Instead of to be honest, though, to be on a nest. Is this a pun? Is this like 7 layers of Japanese puns? To be on a nest, Kazupi decided that Kazupi should let as little people as possible know about Kazupi's power. Wait, you don't understand. Back then, I was just really desperate, and, well, at the end of the day, it was just a delusion, haha. Who am I kidding? You probably hate me.
きっとそれを本当にやってたらコズピーは西条くんを殺してたよ。
I mean, that would be fair if you did. That would be more than fair, but, what do you know? What can you actually explode my head? What? Huh? You said such a disturbing thing so innocently. The contrast between the two extremes sent a chill down my spine. Remaining silent while still communicating in our heads, the two of us passed through Center Guy and came out on Inokashiradori. From an outsider's perspective, did the two of us look like a brand new couple? Walking in silence without even looking at each other? Kazupi let out a crazy, loud gasp next to me. Her eyes went wide, and she looked up at me. Oh shit, I forgot she could hear those thoughts. No, it was just a random thought. A random thought. What? Sorry. I knew it. It really does suck trying to think when someone's listening to every thought you have. Whenever I was talking to Kazupi, it would probably be better for my overall health if I avoided any unnecessary delusions as much as possible.
聞きたいな。
What's that?
先週の西条くんがテレビに出てた時のこと。
I didn't want to be on TV. I didn't want to. Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me.
それ決めつけ。
That's an assumption. Ooh, boo.
コズピーはあの時下にいたんだよ。
Down below?
スクランブル交差点、ハチ公口の改札前、ちょうど通りかかって。あの時ずっと声聞こえてたよ。
She could hear my thoughts when there was like an entire crowd of people there?
西条くんの声。
How?
ナナミさんを助けたい。
There's so many people
助け
there.
なきゃって。聞こえたよ。
Did my inner voice really reach that far? It's a surprisingly long way from the roof of O-Front to the ticket gate at the station.
それだけあの時の西条くんの思いは強かったのら。
Huh, I guess Cosby really did understand. I didn't cause such an uproar because I was planning to show off my ESP.
だから価値はなくないよ。なく
Doesn't not? Doesn't not have worth. Doesn't not? But in the end, it was all pointless. I put my life before Nanami's, and at the very last second, I escaped. Cosby stopped before the entrance to Roft, and then, while pointing at the entrance, she looked at me. This must have been where she wanted to take me. I didn't think there would be a place to rest inside of Roft. It was a small, cramped spot that was filled to the brim with customers. My legs were unconsciously shaking. The cheers and shouts I'd heard that night at the Scramble Crossing resounded in my head. I didn't want to go to places with lots of people. Once I go inside there, there'll be nowhere to run.
大丈夫だよ。
I'll just kill them all. In spite of how afraid I was, Cosby marched on ahead, ignoring me. I had no choice but to follow her as fast as my legs could take me, trying my best not to look at my surroundings. As we got on the escalator, Cosby looked back at me, standing right behind her. She was standing one step higher than me, putting us at about equal height.
ナナミさんは助かったんだよね。だったら西条くんが頑張ったおかげだよ。
My power isn't what saved her. I might as well have done nothing at all.
屋上から手を伸ばしてたよね。
I was trying to get a D sword. It's a whole thing.
何をしようとしたの？
I don't even know.
飛ぼうとしたのかな？
No, I didn't want to. No, I was trying to get the sword. It was a delusional sword, and it blended right in with the scenery. I saw it from the rooftop.
理想度？
A D sword. I was told that I could reach out and grab it, but I couldn't.
なんで
What? Shouted that aloud without thinking. A couple passing by the escalator gave me an irritated look, and I frantically slapped my hand over my mouth. Cosby, how do you know what a D sword is?
コズピーも持っているもん。
What? As soon as we got off the escalator to the 5th floor, Kozue casually raised her right hand above her head. It was like she was trying to shade herself from the radiant glare of the sun using her hand. As if it were running along her hand, light suddenly appeared in the air. No, it wasn't light. It was closer to lines. If I were to describe it, it'd be similar to wireframe. Countless rays of light intersected in a seemingly empty space before eventually forming a shape akin to that of a snowboard. And then several streaks of blue light, more fiercely brilliant than any of the wireframe lines, ran across the entirety of it. Cosby then clasped her open hand. Oh my god! What the fuck is this? Immediately following this, what had originally been wireframe appeared as though a texture had been applied to it. This is bigger than your entire body. Transformed into a massive, solid, seemingly cold to the touch metal plank. Bro, why do all the girls I know, why are they all crazy and have D swords? How do I get one? Okay, now I do positive. The shape was far too different than the one Santa and Ayase possessed. And yet, even so, the aura about his body was the exact same. It was too sinister to be called a board. It was too unaffected to be called a sword. It possessed a pure, unadulterated savagery, one which intermingled with its destructive nobility. She held it in the air with incredible ease. Where in that tiny body was she hiding that kind of strength? From the looks of it, that thing has to weigh at least 5 kilograms. Kazupi, having literally read the question in my head, turned to me and smiled bashfully. Oh, finally! Thank God, I was wondering when someone was going to send an android wife who can read my mind to come protect me, and she has her own D-sword. I was always wondering when that was going to happen.
Hi.
And she just said, android? What kind of anime plotline was that? Ignoring my disbelief, Kazubi clenched her hand into an adorable fist. Bing, bang, bash all the baddies. A maid function? Oh my God, we're in. Hold on, wait, let me get that one. Wait, what is it? And that's why Kazubi wants to live together with Takumi. That way Kazubi can take good care of him. Base, I see, that would be convenient. I was willing to accept that Kazubi was an android on top of everything else. That is, if she's fulfilled one non-negotiable condition. Takumi. For whatever reason, said all of that very formally. Like a business transaction here. What is this? Also, Jesus Christ, what did I just ask her? While I waffled on whether or not to apologize to her, Kazupi's cheeks turned bright red and her eyes shot downward. Sure? Okay. All nighty nighttime? At nighty nighttime? Ah, holy fuck! 111! Exclamation point 1! A maid with combat abilities and the ability to perform nightly services? What kind of eroge is this? We just have to say this every 5 seconds. She came enhanced with perhaps too many optional features, lol. Japanese technology is the best in the world. And then we wake up. While I was having that idiotic delusion, Kazupi waltzed around the store like she owned the place. Her footsteps lightened back. Oh, so she also saw that entire delusion, by the way. She didn't even attempt to try and hide her sword from the people around her, acting as if it were the most normal thing in the world. It had been the same with Senna. She'd also been looking around a gigantic sword in the middle of Shibuya with no regard to the people around her. Kazupi was way too calm. Both her and Senna really were crazy. And what I remembered was the smell. The smell of blood. I remember the scene of the DQNs lying down in a pool of blood. Boom, boom. Hold on. Boom, boom. So they really were dead? Ah, they're fine. Cocky roaches. Cocky roaches? I could feel pretty clearly that where Cosby's mind was when she'd said that. So... Oh. Okay, so she is the one who beat them up, but she didn't kill them. Okay. There was not a trace of malice within her. She just wanted to take revenge on the bad people who had wronged her. And I didn't think there was anything inherently wrong with that.
最近渋谷はますます物騒だよ。昨日も怖そうなゴキゴキ男たちに拉致されそうになっちゃったから、ドカドカドカーンってしてやったのら。
This girl honestly seems pretty twisted, albeit in a different way than me.
西条くん、こっちです。
Cosby began to walk, her gigantic D sword still in hand. She was pretty short and her arms were really thin. She didn't look like she could even lift a feather, and yet despite all these things, she didn't show any signs of her sword weighing her down. In fact, her steps were light and springy. I covered my eyes again and again, each time the tip of the sword nearly collided with passing customers or products on display. Miraculously, though, it didn't end up hitting anything. We then arrived at a staircase. It was dimly lit, and unlike the rest of the floor, there was no sign of anyone around. No one even approached the area. I didn't expect to find such a desolate spot inside Roft, a ridiculously popular store, especially since it was only a 5-minute walk from Shibuya Station.
ロフトだけじゃないのだ。
Actually? Actually?
デパートの階段って全然人がいないの。
You only moved here a few weeks ago, and I've been living here for almost 2 years. How exactly did you know about this? But I did, because you don't go outside, Nishijo.
コズビーは東京に来てから毎日渋谷を歩き回ってたのら。それで見つけたの。憩いの場所だよ。
Cosby, seemingly in a good mood, sat down on the steps. She then casually laid her D-sword down on the floor. I had a pain in my side that was becoming unbearable, so I decided to take a break as well for the time being.
それで景色とか模様とか見ると別のものが見えたりしないかな。ゾウさんとかウサギさんとかライオンさんとか。
Elephants, wabbits, whittle wines?
一番って思ったのはオオサンショウオさんに見えてた時。
Big salamander? What in the world are you talking about?
理想度の話ですよ。
What?
何かの模様とか景色とか見ると動物さんとかいろんな形に見えることがあって。
Oh, you mean that? Yeah, I've experienced that before. When I was looking from the perspective of the O-front rooftop, I saw something. I saw a D-sword blending into the scenery.
はい、ピンポンです。
Bing bong!
コズピーが最初に見えた時はハムポンポンが死んじゃった時。
Hampon-pon? Who?
小学生の時飼ってたハムスター。
Oh, that's when I saw a fucking sword and I pulled it.
それでハムポンポンのお墓を作ってあげようって土手に行ったのら。でもスコップ忘れてお墓作れなくてふみゃーって泣いていたらお空にこの剣の形が見えた。それからはいろんなところでよく見るようになったのら。
How did you actually get your hands on it? In the end, I found my sword, but I couldn't take it. No matter how hard I tried to reach for it, I couldn't grab hold of it.
ただ願ったんだよ。
You wished for it? Like, what? That you could have it? But if that's what you did, then I did the same thing. Stopping my thought in its tracks, Cosme looked up at me and shook her head faintly.
違うのら。願ったのはね、殺してやりたいっていうこと。
Is that what I have to do? Do I have to wish to kill? Okay, I might. So the chapter's name is Psychopath. I think we found her. Her inner voice echoed clearly in my head. I hadn't misheard her. She'd said it very clearly. Cosby wished to kill, and she'd been beaming as she said it. The stairs, leading up from the 5th floor to the 6th, were very quiet. with only the faintest background music leaking in from the restaurant. Neither one of us said a word. The sound of someone breathing entered my ears. Was it hers? No, it was my own. A staircase where no one would ever approach. A blind spot in the heart of Shibuya, a pocket of air. I swallowed back my saliva in an attempt to wet my increasingly dry throat.
そう願いながらミューって空見たらまた剣が見えて
She's like, my hamster died. I want to kill people.
でもその時まで剣とは思ってなかったよ。なんだかガキーンってしたものって思ってた。
Something went, gakin!
あれでブーンってやったら殺せるかなって無意識に手を伸ばしたら本当につかめたのら。
And then what happened? What did you do after that?
殺そうとしたけどできなかった。
I tried to kill, I really did, but it wouldn't work. It's very upsetting.
個人の力じゃ半殺しにするのが精一杯だったのです。
I only was able to half kill him. This girl, it's like she's broken.
壊れてないよ。プンプン。ここに剣あるもん。
She's like, I got a sword and you don't, idiot. The way she gazed lovingly at the sword resting beside her, I could tell that she had absolute faith in it. Something her heart told me very well. Or told me as well. Would I have to become this broken in order to get my hands on a decent... I mean, the other girls seem fucking crazy too, so probably. Was I still not broken to begin with? No, you're broken, just in a different way. You don't want to kill people because your hamster died, so...
怖くて仕方なかった。
That was what Orihara Kozue had thought before she came to Tokyo. But now, it was different. Now, it had become something very important. Something entirely irreplaceable to her. This sword. If I have it, then I won't be afraid. This sword will protect me. This sword is my heart. Another me. It had been about 3 weeks ago when she had first begun to think so. Ever since she was a child, Kozue had the ability to hear the inner voices present in other people's heads. As to when she had first become aware of it, she could no longer remember. I must be crazy. I must be really sick. These thoughts pervaded her mind as she sought to understand. Even though she was very young at the time, Kozue knew that her power was something no one could know about. Thus, she concealed it from her parents. Her powers rendered her unable to make friends, forged a rift between her and her family, and made the people around her think that she was merely a girl with a ridiculous intuition, one that gave them the creeps. Even when she came to Shibuya, she had still been afraid to go to school. She did not want to meet anyone new, nor talk to anyone. She thought that they would just be creeped out by her no matter what she did. She did not go to school on the day that she was first supposed to, nor the next day, or even the day after, instead choosing to wander around Shibuya during the morning. There was no doubt that Kozue's parents had been notified by the school, as the staff must have noticed that Kozue had been absent without prior notice, and yet, her parents had said nothing to her. It would be understandable for people to mistake her for a middle school student, but unlike the countryside where she had used to reside, there was no one around to rebuke her as such when she walked the streets on weekday mornings. It had been several days since she had first begun wandering around Shibuya. In that time, she had found a place to relax, the stairs within the local loft. It had become routine for her to sit there and stare off into space. This routine remained true on that day as well, and after spending nearly 4 hours there, evening broke, and she left Roft to return home. Raindrops fell from the dark gray sky. Kozue did not have an umbrella, and yet, without looking up at the sky, nor once fretting about getting wet, she timidly stepped out into the rain. At that very moment, something entered her field of view. Who the fuck are you? The world is ending. Oh, is this the dude that's holding the sign? The world is ending. Sign with that message written upon it. Sodden by the rain, the handwriting had blurred. The person holding the sign was a lone, lifeless, homeless man, sitting on the side of the road under the pouring rain. His head hung downward so that none could see his face. Perhaps he was dead. That person Seeing him as though it were a mirror image of himself, sitting on the stairs, Kozue ceased her stride. For just a moment, she yawned. No, I yawned. For just a moment, she hesitated. He was a stranger, a homeless man she'd never seen before, coming to Tokyo. Just the mere sight of him brought a feeling of revulsion. If I talk to him, what if something terrible happens to me? Such anxieties pervaded Kozue's mind. But what was far stronger than that anxiety was Kozue's strong urge to kill the man. It was an all too sudden impulse, one that struck Kozue with the feeling that, if she went through with it, she would be killing herself as well. So, after hesitating for one moment longer, Kozue sent the man the voice of her heart.
世界は終わるの?
The man's shoulders twitched. He was not dead. Suddenly he raised his head. Please don't send psychic messages to the crazy homeless people that think the world is ending. Please don't do that. You are making things worse. His cloudy eyes, peeking out from between sodden bangs, looked up at Kozue. How does he just understand? How do you just understand this? Kozue's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Not at the fact that he had just confirmed the world was ending, but that the man had replied at all. He had not been expecting a reply. The person to whom she would send her inner voice to would rarely respond well. Instead, they would face immense confusion, ran off as an auditory illusion, or shudder in terror before walking away with a hurried pace. Even if she did succeed in communicating with them, it was difficult for the other party to send back a reply in an orderly manner. People's thoughts were far too chaotic and disorderly. And yet, the man's expression did not change. He had simply answered Kozue's question with an incredibly short response. The heart Kozue felt through the man's voice was laden with a deep sadness. To her, it was almost as if his heart was shedding tears. Who the fuck are you?
どうしてわかるの?
君のような子を他にも知っているから。
What do you mean the crazy homeless man knows about the girls and the D swords? Kozue raised her hands above her head and withdrew her sword where she stood. She thrust the end of the blade toward the man. Bitch!
この剣が
What the fuck did you just fucking say about me, you little bitch? I'll have you know. Can you see the sword?
見えないよ。
じゃあどうしてわかるの?
おじさんが悪い人だからだよ。すまない。
どうして謝るの?
おじさんのせいなんだ。
どうしておじさんのせいなの?
忠告しかできないから。動き出してしまったから。もうおじさんには止める術がないから。
じゃあおじさんを殺せばコズピーは悪くなくなるの?
I don't think that'll do anything here, Kozupi.
その剣は君を殺す者にも守る者にもなる。思い出してごらん。空を見れば雲が、川を見れば流れが、そこにあったはず。それと同じこと。その剣はいつも君のそばにあった。自分自身の心を見てごらん。そこにあるのがその剣なんだよ。
でも殺したいって願ったらこれが手元にあったんだよ。この剣はコズピーとコズピーの周囲にあるあらゆるものを殺すためのものじゃないの?
負の感情は否定されるものじゃない。
Repudiated? What the fuck does that mean? Hold on, wait, define it. Define repudiated.
Repudiate.
Okay. Refuse to accept or be associated with. Okay, that's what that means.
人が誰しも持つものだからね。特別じゃないんだ。どう向き合うかだよ。目をそらしてはいけない。自分を否定してはいけない。世界は共存。君の心の中にある性は同時にふとなりうるし、その逆もまた世界が終わるのか生き続けるのか、君たちだけなんだ。
In the end, Causeway had not killed the man. The urge had, for some reason or another, ceased to be as this man spoke to her. She did not expressly understand the meaning of the man's words, but even still, she thought long and hard before eventually arriving at a single conclusion. This sword is me. If I look at it and don't deny it, it'll save me. And for that reason, Kozue fully cast her faith in her sword. What was he trying to say? I was not understanding it. Okay. Negative emotions aren't something to be repudiated. They're something we all possess. Okay, nor do they make you different. It's what you choose to do with them that counts. You mustn't avert your eyes or deny who you are. The world is a mere image. What is positive in your mind can simultaneously be negative. The reverse is also true. Only people who can choose whether the world shall end or whether it shall continue on is all of you. Okay. I guess. Whatever. Accept yourself. Your negative emotions are a part of you. Okay? Just be smart about your actual choices, okay? Tilted my head, and we just listened to Cosby's story. Who the hell was that man she'd kept talking about? The homeless guy carrying around a sign. Come to think of it, I felt like I'd seen him around a few times, too. Was it the same guy? What I didn't get, though, was why some random bum knew so much about D-swords. Or was I the odd one out? Maybe D-swords were actually huge in Japanese culture. Maybe D-swords were actually huge in Japanese pop culture, and I'd just been living under a rock or something. Fat chance. I glanced over at Kazupi. Her face was so calm and peaceful, it was hard to believe that she ever blurted out psycho things like wanting to kill people. She gently glided her fingers over the surface of her D-sword.
そういえば、あのおじさん、別れ際にこんなこと言ってたのら。君たちは特別な存在だ。
Well, that's nice.
中でも一番特別なのは、
Yeah?
その目、誰の目を
What?
産み落とした少年。
But that's me!
らしいんだって。
I didn't know what to say. What the hell?
西条くん、心当たりあるの？
いや、別に。
No, I don't...
嘘ら。心は正直なんだよ。西条くんは今、ものすごく関係ありますって考えてる。
Oh, god damn it, this is exactly what I was talking about. It sucks trying to think when she's listened to every thought I have.
なんか、怖い顔になってる。
Listen, Kozue, it's very complicated.
その目、誰の目って、西条くんが最初に考えたの？
Thought I heard something. Maybe it was just the rain outside. If it's raining. Should I be concerned? I hope not. Was Whose Eyes Are Those Eyes first thought up by you, Nishijo-kun? I bit my lip, then stood up. My nose bled. My nosebleed had stopped, so I pulled out the tissue crammed into my nose. Cosby tilted her head as she looked up at me.
どこへ？
I'm going home. Even though my sides were still killing me, I ignored the escalators and elevators, and took the stairs down the first floor instead. It was much easier to dodge the crowds and make my way outside that way. Teary-eyed, Cosby timidly followed behind me. umsies.
コズピー、何か怒らせるようなこと言ったかな。
I disregarded Cosby's question. I was too focused on trying to sort out all the thoughts in my head. The homeless guy she'd met, could he have been one of Shogun's comrades? And what the hell was up with him mentioning whose eyes are those eyes? Who had he been talking about when he said, the boy who birthed whose eyes are those eyes? Me? That couldn't be right. I wasn't even close to special. Being a hero just wasn't in my blood. I mean, I couldn't even get my hands on a damn D-sword. I was just an average Joe, villager A, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Being special? No thanks, man. I'd rather not have another O-front breakdown in my lifetime. So that begged the question, who was that boy? I considered the real culprit behind the new gen cases, Shogun. No way Shogun was anything other than an old man, but his voice and body made him seem like a kid more than anything. Pretty much everything about him screamed how abnormal he was. How he was someone special. 2 of the 6 current new gen cases had whose eyes are those eyes appear at the scene of the crime in some capacity. I used that phrase quite a bit, but only ever in my own head. They barely even meant anything, so what the hell were they doing in all those places? Was there an actual reason hidden in there somewhere? One that would reveal why Shogun was so persistent in coming after me? Maybe the homeless guy had some clues I could work with. I imagined he was still somewhere in the city, carrying around his cryptic sign. I should look for him. So I look for him, then what? I paused for a moment, then shook my head in denial of what I'd been thinking. What good would it do to look for him? It was a whole lot more likely to just put me in harm's way. For all I knew, that guy was one of Shogun's minions, only there to lure me into some horrifying trap. So if I just cruised my way over to the guy, there was a strong chance it would just trigger another quest. I didn't know if I could handle that. I was already sick to death of all the pain and terror I'd been going through lately. And my suspicions didn't end at the homeless guy. I was even suspicious of Kozupi. She didn't really have any reason to, and yet she was speaking to me with her inner voice. Why was that? Had she been under orders by Shogun to approach me just like Yua? With her really unsettling stance on both attempted and actual murder, it was very possible that she was an accomplice in New Gen. After all, the mayhem at O-Front, Remy had just up and vanished, and I hadn't heard a word from her since. Then Ayase had been hospitalized after her attempted suicide. Nanami was fine, but the 2 people on my side had still completely disappeared on me. Was there any guarantee Remy would ever come back? Bro has still not actually tried to see Nanami ever since he found out that she's alive. Bro has, actively not gone to see Nanami. What the fuck, dude? For starters, was she really just taking time off from school? Granted, I only knew that because Kozupi had told me, and I had no way of knowing if she was lying or not. All my hair stood up on end, howling at me that something was off. In the end, me and my world were all too empty, hollow. There was nothing left to believe in, nothing that didn't seem like a lie. Okay, go.
それは被害妄想なのら。
You're just being paranoids. Kozupi was standing right behind me. Her inner voice was as carefree as always. Her brutal-looking D-sword sat comfortably in both her hands as she carried it around. Then she cast an upward glance at me. I averted my eyes. Are you my ally or my enemy? Which is it? Did you come here to kill me?
コズピーは
Just what? Kozupi suddenly yelped in excitement. Startled, my head jolted upwards, only to realize it wasn't me she was looking at, nor the person she was waving to. Oh my god, we found Senna? Senna-shan? Wait a second. Tracing the end of Kozupi's gaze, sure enough.
梢か
There she is! It was Aoi Senna, with a D sword on her shoulder. As she walked towards us, her expression made it clear that her mood was just as sour as ever. I reflexively tensed up. Hello? There we go. What's Senna doing here? Is it just another coincidence, or is it a calculated trap? Do these two know each other? If they did Cosby call her here? Are the two of them here to kill me?
だからそれは被害妄想だよ。
You're just being paranoid. You're losing it. Takumi, you don't... What are you talking about? There's no D-swords, silly. Yeah, but what's safe to believe in? Although it is true that no matter how many times I run into Senna, she's never tried to attack me. Well, that doesn't mean she's my ally. Besides, she's scary as hell.
セナさんは怖くないよ。
Cosby really could... Cosby, I could really go without the commentary.
怖い？何のことだ？
Nothing. As I figured, Senna could hear Cosby's inner voice too.
なんでもないです。
Cosby simply bathed in delight as I bumbled about. Facing the ground, she gently grasped the hem of Senna's clothes and smiled bashfully. The two were such an amusing combination. I felt stupid for getting so nervous. They're just like sisters. One, the strong and firm older sister, and the other, the younger, more timid sister, who loves her siblings more than anything. And on top of that, both of them have small breasts, so mega freaking good job there, nature. Wait, shit, chill out. What if Cosby reads my mind again? If I'm not careful, I could easily die here. How would those two related anyway? Are they classmates? Maybe not, since they're in different grades and all. Is there something connecting the sorts of people who have swords? Are the two of them Shogun's underlings? Put myself in the cat stance in case I had to escape at a moment's notice. What's the cat stance? Like, what is he like? What is he doing? What's the cat stance? What that specifically entailed was standing on my heels raised. What that specifically entailed was standing with my heels raised off the ground that would allow me to speed away like a cat if the need arose. Maybe. I don't know. I had seen it in a few manga forever ago. Oh, okay.
セナさんはね、コズビーが東京に来てから最初のお友達なのら。ね。
Rather than answering, Senna merely glared at me. I'd figured she was about to lunge at me with that sword of hers, but that never happened. Calling her scary hadn't seemed to have pissed her off to that extent, at least.
小杖、どうしてこいつと？
たくみちゃんはクラスメートです。
Yeah, as you could tell by the uniform. Takumi-shan?
ほいでね、たくみちゃんはコズビーの剣が見えるんだよ。
それは知っている。こいつもギガロマニアックスだ。
Gigalomaniac? Gigalo what now?
ギガロマニアックス。理想度が見える人のこと。
Okay.
たくみちゃんもそうだよ。
Alright. A Gigalomaniac? Who in the world decided to name it that? Given it has a name at all, then maybe these powers aren't all that uncommon.
あ、セナさんはガルガリ君買いに行くとこなんですね。
Crunchy-kun?
それは
Perhaps. The sound of it Cosby had read Senna's mind. Speaking of, I'd seen Senna eating Crunchy-kuns in the past. With winter right around the corner, I wasn't sure why she'd be eating popsicles of all things. Guess she just really liked them.
ほいじゃあ、みんなで一緒に行きましょう。
She's Mario now. Let's go! Let's go! Announcing that with her inner voice, Cosby clung to Senna, pulled her along.
たくみちゃんも、はーやく。
Hi, Yaku.
あ、いや、僕は。
Tried to turn her down so I could get out there early, but Cosby started tearing up almost immediately. Her teary eyes looked up at me as she silently pleaded with me. On top of that, Sena was glaring at me, like she was ready to rip my throat out with her teeth at any moment.
お前にもおごってやる。
It looked like Kazupi had scored a critical hit on Sena with her teary assault, urging me to follow. I reluctantly trailed behind her, heading toward the convenience store right behind the police station. She got her Crunchy-kun! After buying each of us a Crunchy-kun, she sat near the handrails in front of the police station, nibbling away at them. While Kazupi looked delighted as could be, Sena's air of indifference remained the same. I was stressing out. The police were right there in the station in front of us. And yet, despite that, they paid no mind to the fact that the two people with me were in utter violation of the Swords and Firearms Control Law. The police were supposed to police people. The girls were right in their line of sight, but they didn't even try to arrest them. In fact, they didn't even care enough to slap us with a warning. It's because they can't see it, dumbass.
食べないの?
Now that Kazupi's pointed it out, I just went screw it and started eating my Crunchy-kun. Though it was bothering me how people were staring, though I suppose that was only fair. Sena and Kazupi were cute as hell, and the very idea that the two small-chested sisters like them were hanging out with an otaku freak like me, just sitting and eating Crunchy-kuns together out in the cold, well, it was all pretty absurd. Maybe I was overthinking it. I couldn't block out all the snickering in my ears. Was I just hearing things? Was it another auditory illusion? Or was it just Kazupi laughing? I didn't want to stand out. I didn't want to be looked at. I was afraid of people gazing at me. I probably should have worn a hat. Seriously, I really wanted to get out of here this second. I continued hurriedly eating my Crunchy-kun so I could leave already, and every bite left my body feeling even colder. This was going to give me diarrhea real bad later. How were these two not freezing?
で、梢。なぜこいつと一緒なんだ?
It's because I'm the Riz God, that's why.
匠さんですよ。
Yeah, get the name right, Sena-shan.
匠さんが悪い人にいじめられてて、
Yeah, the baddies.
だからコズピーが解放してあげたの。
Thank you again, Kazupi, okay, my hero. So, she'd been the one who'd looked after me.
ディソードを使ったのか?
I haven't been able to grab that. Listen, there's a whole thing. It was on the news. I didn't get it. It was very disappointing. I tried. Oh, I'm talking about her. Okay. Kazupi was attempting to gesture wildly in an attempt to explain how things went down. But since her left hand was busy holding her colossal D-sword, she was just waving the other hand around all spastically. Which, of course, was the same hand that held her Crunchy-kun. She'd only taken a single bite of her Crunchy-kun before launching it into the air with a perfect arc. The popsicle soared through the sky, before eventually landing smack dab in the middle of the road, where it splattered to pieces. Kazupi was on the verge of tears as she stared at what remained of her popsicle.
うかつな真似は避けろと言っただろ.
The wasted food boogeyman is gonna come out. Yeah, he's coming for you. Oh. Sena held out her half-eaten Crunchy-kun to Kazupi, seemingly giving up what she had left. Still a bit teary-eyed, Kazupi smiled as she accepted the popsicle with a bow of her head. This is an indirect kiss. Call me surprised. I guess even Sena had her moments.
でも悪い人には罰ゲームをするのが当たり前だよ。
Punishment for all the baddies. Speaking of those assholes, who exactly had turned them to mincemeat, Kazupi? Or me?
匠さん。セナさんはね、すごく何でも知ってるんだよ。リソードっていう名前もセナさんに教えてもらったのら。あとリアルブータ。あれれ、ブータ。
How to real flute? Brute? Buddha? Is it refute?
リアルブート.
Oh, real boot. The hell did that mean? I'd never heard of that before. That was just as cryptic as the gigolo whatever thing from
リ
earlier.
アルブートしてない剣は誰にも見えなかったはずなのにね。セナさんにだけ見えてたの。理想度が見える人に会ったのセナさんが初めてだったんだ。その時はおひゃーって思ってなんで見えるんですかって聞いちゃった。ギガロマニアックスだからなんだって。
ギガロマニアックスってなんだ。
You. We're all gigolomaniacs. We're losers that can manipulate delusions.
さっき言ったのら。
It's all the crazy people. Every single crazy person you know in Shibuya, they're a gigolomaniac, okay? They can see shit that everybody else can't. They can control minds. They can pull out D-swords. They can start random orgies mid-concert. It happens.
剣が見える人だよ。
We saw it happen. It was fucked up. There's someone who can see sword. Oh, that's it? That's all it is? Okay. A bit more detail here. Like, how does that work?
ディラックの海に干渉できる力を持つもの。
The what? I'm sorry, the Dirac Sea? A concept in quantum mechanics defined by Paul Dirac. An unobservable primordial soup of all elementary particles that is said to be uniformly distributed throughout the world. Appears in the wave equation, Dirac equation, of the whole theory, which ties together both quantum theory and the theory of relativity. Dirac defines the vacuum as a state in which negatively charged elementary particles are so tightly packed together no more could be created. This is the Dirac Sea. I don't know what this is trying to mean here. So particles, elementary particles, distributed throughout the world. Whole theory, what ties together quantum theory and the theory of relativity. A vacuum, a state in which negatively charged elementary particles so packed together no more. Okay, alright.
それがギガロマニアックスだ。
Rather than Kazupi, it was Sana who had answered what was on my mind. What the heck does that mean, though, Sana?
ディラックの海。
The what? Sana shot me a scornful glance as I tilted my head in puzzlement. The hell was that look for? Sure, I may look like an idiot, but I'm pretty damn smart when it comes down to it, you know? I was pretty sure the Dirac Sea was a concept related to quantum mechanics. Of course he knows about whatever the Dirac Sea is. Of
負の
course he does.
エネルギーでいっぱいに満たされた観測不能の境界面とかだっけ。
Something like that.
大雑把に言えばそんなようなものだ。そしてそこに干渉するための端末がディソード。ディラックの海に突っ込んだパイプの先端と考えればいい。ディラックの海とつながっているからディソードも負の物質で構成されている。無限に崩壊している存在なんだ。
Negative matter. Matter whose weight is lighter than zero. Impossible to observe. Each and every substance in the universe has its own minimum amount of energy it requires in order to exist and maintain stability. If the amount of energy falls below zero, however, it means that the matter will continue to collapse infinitely.
だから普段は普通の人間には触れることも見ることもできない妄想のようなものでしかない。このディソードこそあらゆるリアルブートのためのショートカット的役割を果たす。ディソードとディラックの海とのチャネルを大きくすることで
Expand the channel between one's D-sword and the Dirac
ディ
Sea.
ラック方程式の空港理論によって追生成が
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
粒子と反粒子を作り出せ
Senna.
る。
You're throwing me the whole fucking dictionary of the terminologies at me. Stop, chill. Pair production occurs as per the whole theory in the Dirac equation, producing particles and antiparticles. Okay. Well, whole theory. The Dirac equation, discovered by Paul Dirac, led to the baffling conclusion that electrons containing negative energy do in fact exist. In order to explain this, the whole theory was founded, a theory which served to reveal the existence of the Dirac Sea. The Dirac Sea is impossible to observe as a space consisting of matter infinitely collapsing into itself, is not visible to the human eye. However, when a high amount of energy is applied to the boundary of that space, the vacuum interface, the vacuum temporarily collapses, turning those negative electrons positive, and those electrons then pierce through the boundary. By observing that positive energy, one can prove the existence of the Dirac Sea. Pair production. A phenomenon where both particles and antiparticles are generated upon the collision of a large amount of energy with a nucleus or something similar. The Dirac's hole theory, this is in Dirac's hole theory, this is when the vacuum collapses. Conversely, the collision of a particle and an antiparticle results in the annihilation of both particles. Elementary particle. The smallest unit of matter, but the definition of what constitutes an elementary particle is unclear. Certain elementary particles have a corresponding antiparticle with an opposite charge. In the hole theory presented by Paul Dirac, Dirac predicted that antiparticles, positrons, should be generated via pair production in the hole created at the vacuum interface.
この粒子がギガロマニアックスが生み出す妄想、世界にとってのエラー。そのエラーを現実とするには、作り出した粒子を他人のデッドスポットに送り込めばいい。粒子は即座に電気信号に変換され、周囲の人間に共通の認識、現実として成立する。
Okay, so we're basically doing the same method that the satellite patent was doing, but with our minds.
逆に消したいときは、
Right? Is that
粒子を送
we're
り込
like
んだ
just
デッドスポ
directly
ットに
manipulating the
今度は反
particles
粒
with
子
our
を送り込み
minds?
追消滅してやればいい。
Or some shit like that? Conversely, if one wishes to erase them, antiparticles are able to be sent into the dead spots where particles were previously perceived, thus annihilating them both. Yeah, you're killing me here, Senna. Right, I remembered Senna mentioning that before.
世界の仕組みは3つの数字で全て説明できる。
-1.
ディソードはそのマイナス1を生み出すためのショートカットになる。
This is all giving me a headache.
周囲の人間に共通の認識となると妄想が現実になるってどうい
例えばお前が今手にしているガルガリ君。
どうって水色をしたアイス。
What if I told you it was actually green?
その水色のアイスは本当に現実だと証明できるか。
I mean, I can eat it. I mean, what else would it be? It was a crunchy coon. Anyone with eyes could see that, and anyone with a mouth could feel how cold it was with every bite. I'd think that'd be a pretty obvious answer.
人は目で見たものを脳が認識して初めてそれが水色のアイスと理解できる。でも脳が本人の意識しないままに嘘をついている可能性だってあるんだぞ。脳が生み出した自分一人だけがそう思い込んでいる妄想かもしれないんだ。
じゃあどうやって現実だって証明するの？
You can't. That's the point, Takumi.
他の人もお前の持っているものが水色のアイスであると観測すれば、それは2人以上の人間の共通の認識となる。お前一人だけの妄想じゃなくなるんだ。
Okay.
妄想を現実にするときにはそれを逆説的に捉えればいい。
To break it down then, a person's solitary collusion... Not collusion. To break it down then, a person... Oh, what did you... What just happened? Bro, what are you doing? To break it down then, a person's solitary delusion could become reality by forcibly showing it to someone. And this could be done by using particles created by a D-sword to attain mutual recognition, or something along those lines. Then did I have that power too?
とにかくこの剣は普通の人には見えないの。
Cosby returned Santa's crunchy coon, then trotted back toward the road. Then, in front of all the people walking along the road, for some inexplicable reason, she suddenly began whirling around her D-sword wildly.
やめ！
Don't do it, that's cringe! So those were her true colors. In the end, she was nothing more than a homicidal maniac. Any second now, the road would become a sea of blood. Anyone crossing paths with that colossal blade would have their body torn to pieces. With the police station right in front of us, they'd catch her in the act. It'd be open and shut case.
そんなことにはなってないよ。
Don't you see? Why was it so quiet? Hold on. Why is it so quiet? A whole crowd had just gotten mowed down with their sword in broad daylight, right here in the heart of Shibuya. And yet, there hadn't been a single scream. The cops hadn't even intervened. I slowly uncovered my eyes. Nothing had happened. Nothing at all. Kozupi, looking a tad embarrassed, was still brandishing her colossal sword. I would think the sword would have struck anybody nearby, or maybe some railing, or even the ground, but no, it was not a thing was damaged. If anything, the sword was passing right through anything, or everything, as if everything else was an illusion. Wait a second. Actually, I had that backwards. It was the sword that lacked substance. The people walking around us weren't bothered in the slightest. They couldn't see the sword.
理想度は妄想の剣なのだ。
Whoa, it's almost like that's what they're called. I say it says something along those lines, that the swords could only be seen by those who have possessed the power. Standing next to me, Senna let out an exhausted sigh before taking another bite of her crunchy-kun.
あのディソードは今は梢の作ったエラーでしかない。周囲共通認識はまだ成立していない。
リアルブートしたらみんなに見えるようになるのです。
I see, so that's what Senna did to use the sword against the one guy with the bag in the chapter earlier. And that's why it was caught on camera and other people saw it. It's because she real booted the sword at that time. I see. Real booting. That would mean sending particles into the dead spots of surrounding observers, yeah? Not that I knew what the hell a dead spot even was.
ズシャーってしたり、ドガーってできるようにもなるよ。
Can you please explain with anything other than sound effects? Still, I think I got the picture. Slishy Slash was probably for cutting, and Smashy Crash was for hitting. What was this girl going around cutting and hitting? Did Cosby seriously do such horrifying stuff like that? And what about me? Did I have the power to do that too? No, I wasn't special. I wasn't a gigglomaniac. And in the end, I hadn't even been able to obtain a D sword.
剣は見えたよね。
I mean, yeah.
だからそのうち匠さんもモテるの。
Okay, I just have to do a cringe stunt again. I'm telling you, it's no good. Even back at Ofren, it just didn't work. Sure, I did see a sword there, but I had zero clue how to actually grab it.
どうやって手に入れるかっていうと。
Cosby peered at Senna, as if to urge her to do something. Senna let out another sigh.
バイオリズムの上昇によって中脳変影系ニューロンのドーパミンが過剰分泌された時、ディソードは現れる。
Neuron, also known as nerve cells, a type of cell specialized for information processing. Nerve impulses travel through these cells in order to transmit various types of information, making neurons quite similar to mechanical transmitters. Okay, so the biorhythms climb the neurons. As biorhythms climb, the neurons in the midbrain limbic system excessively secrete dopamine, and one's D sword appears.
それは危機的な状況や興奮、悲しみ、憎しみ、笑い。
Okay, so for us, it was being threatened and embarrassed, or I don't know, because like we were in front of a massive crowd for that too.
ドーパミン分泌量が多ければ、それだけ観測しやすく。
Scared? Fear? The higher the amount of dopamine is secreted, the easier it becomes to observe.
匠さん、そういうことなのら。
It was just absurd how wide Senna's knowledge was. She might very well be an outright genius. I mean, with explanations this detailed, you'd think she'd majored in gigglomaniacology, if that was even a thing. For starters, I couldn't imagine there being any other girl in all of Japan who could spout theories and jargon off the top of their head to this degree. Where on God's green earth had she studied literally any of that? What was with all the mysterious characters accumulating around me? I was dying for an answer. Alright, here's my current wild theory, because again, this is the first chapter that I've not played at all yet. So my wild theory now, Senna, knowing all this shit, Probably directly related to one of the shady government group company thing that's like doing the shady shit. The one that we keep cutting to every now and then. She's probably related to one of those people, and that's how she knows all this shit. That's a theory, a game theory. I don't know. I don't know shit. I was dying for an answer. Thinking about it all just wore me out. It sucked ass only half understanding what was going on. Or maybe she's the daughter of Yuri Brightman. Maybe she's his daughter. I don't know. But I didn't have the strength to look into it myself because none of these people were normal in the slightest. Grappling with these feelings of bitterness, I took one last bite of my thawing crunchy coon. I won! It said win on what was visible on it said win on what was visible of the stick. Cosmic came back and peered into my hand. We're so in, we get another crunchy coon? Lucky bastard.
セナさん、自分も当たりが出て欲しかったって羨ましがってるのら。
そんなことは思っていない。
I doubt a Cosby could be so easily fooled here, given her ability to read everything on someone's mind.
セナさんはいつも当たりが出ないかなとワクワクしながらガルガリ君を食べてるのら。当たりを引いたのはどれくらい
？1割3分の何？
What do you mean 13.7? Oh, percent. I have a win rate. Okay, I thought she said I won 13.7 times at first. Okay. I have a win rate of 13.7%. Is that good for popsicles? She really had this stuff down to a science. Did she calculate all of that every time she ate one? Finishing her crunchy coon as well, she gave the leftover stick a quick glare, only to let out a quiet snort. She must have lost. Or at least her face made it look that way. What did we do last time? We did the good delusion, right? So now we do the negative one, right? Hey, if you want mine, here. Alright, she's gonna fucking kill me. Let's go. I timidly held out my winning stick.
他人に施しを受けるつもりはない。私は自分の可能性を試しているだけだ。
でも、本心では欲しいって言ってるね。
あげますよ。
Yeah, you can have the stick.
僕、アイスはあんまり食べないし。
Just have it. I don't want it. I'm good. You can have it. I said it with good intentions in mind, but Santa simply took one look at me before ignoring the offer. And then for some reason she handed me a popsicle stick instead. She made no attempt to explain herself either. I wasn't sure what she was expecting, since I wasn't exactly going to get ecstatic over a losing popsicle stick that didn't even belong to me. Was she just silently ordering me to toss it in a trash can near the convenience store or something? Considering it was her and all, it certainly was in the realm of possibility. Santa must have had a whole host of meek male subjects that she used to do her dirty work. She was pretty much insulting me to my face. But just the thought of what she'd do if I defied her scared me far too much, so I just bit my lip and put up with it.
私の勝ち。
Oh? Her gaze fixed on the sky that peeked between the buildings. Santa declared her victory, her supposed victory. With a sigh, I inadvertently looked down at the losing popsicle stick and gasped. What? What the hell was this? Bro, don't troll me like this.
渋谷限定品だ。
An exclusive Shibuya one?
ただの当たりより価値がある。
What does that mean? You get like 5 popsicles? Santa had a smug expression on her face as she explained. Was she just trying to
だ
brag?
から、私の勝ち。
What the hell kind of competition was she even on? And besides, I didn't want anything to do with these winning sticks, especially with how in poor taste they were. People died! You can't write that shit on these sticks. I was tempted to snap the stick right in half on the spot, but I swallowed back my anger and returned it to Senna.
それよりお前。たくみさんなのか。
違う。
No, not Sean, just San.
シャンはつけなくても。
Yeah, you don't need the Sean
名
part.
前は
Nishijo Takumi. I had a feeling I'd already told her my name before. She's probably just forgotten it.
西条匠です。
だったら西条。
Whoa!
もうこれ以上エラーを作るのはやめておけ。
は？
Huh?
なんで？剣は自分の心なのら否定しちゃダメ。コズピーはこの剣のおかげで助かったよ。
Saved? Saved? What had happened in Cosby's past? This question tied in with her wish, too. The one where she'd said she wanted to kill.
妄想を現実にする行為にはリスクがつきまとう。
Like what?
粒子とともに追生成される反粒子はディソードにストックされていくんだ。
Okay.
反粒子は数学的に言えば過去へ向かうものだから。
Okay.
ストックすればするほどギガロマニアックスには現在の状態とのズレが発生し、
So you just become more and more crazy?
やがてその矛盾により存在としての自己崩壊へ至る。
Okay. In Japanese, please?
小杖もあまりディソードを出すのはやめるんだ。普通に生活していきたいなら私の忠告を聞け。これはお前たちの命に関わる話だ。
It didn't look like Senna was joking. Then again, she wasn't the type to joke anyway.
ましてや西条。お前はディソードなしでリアルブートした。本来ならそんなことできるはずがないんだ。
I'm just that good. People keep telling me, you gotta find your D-sword. I don't need a D-sword. I'm a higher level than all of you. I'm a god. You just don't understand it yet.
リラックの海にはディソードを通してしか干渉できないんだから。お前は普通じゃない。
Yeah, I know. I'm built different. Be jealous.
奴らに目をつけられてもおかしくない。
奴らって
Nozomi?
ギガロマニアックスの力を悪用しようとしている連中がいる。
それって将軍？
知らない。
I don't know.
誰だそれは。
What the fuck is that? Kozupi, did Senna just lie?
ついてないよ。
Nopesies?
西条。将軍とは。
It's a whole story. Listen, how long do you have? The sheer chill in my voice sent shivers down my spine. Naturally, I couldn't look her in the eye. So what I did was I handed her a copy of Chaos Head Noah, available on Steam. I sent her a code for it, and I told her to start playing that. She grabbed me by the chest, making it hard to breathe. Oh, why did she have to be so violent? What had I even done
そい
wrong?
つは40代ぐらいの男か。
He's probably a lot older than that.
違うよ。小さなじいさんだよ。
Senna immediately let go
そ
of
いつ
me.
もギガロマニアックスなのか。
Probably?
わからない。でもニュージェネの真犯人だよ。
真犯人。
Senna placed her finger on her chin. They began to ponder something while remaining completely still. The air felt volatile. I was hit with a strange feeling of anxiety. Senna knew something. But what the hell did she know? Who were these people that were trying to abuse the power of gigalomaniacs?
あ、そうだそうだ。3人で記念撮影しましょう。ほらあれ。
Is now the time? Suddenly, Kozue pointed to something as she spoke enthusiastically. She was pointing at... Yo! The arcade next to the police station! We're gaming! When it came to commemorative photos. Oh my god! This is where it inevitably happened. Let's take it. Look how fucking terrified we are of life. Look how fucking dead we are.
たくみさん、ほら真ん中。
いや、僕は。
セナさん。
Say
横見
cheese.
てたらダメです。
私はこういうのは。
コズピーだって初めてなのだ。時々。
Not once consulting us, Cosby followed the instructions on the screen and pushed button after button. And before Santa and I could get ready, mentally and physically, a voice came from the screen.
はいポーズパシャッ
Pause. In the picture we had taken. Hold on, wait, can I hide this? Oh, neither of the D-stars are visible. Okay, there we go. Now I can. There we go. There you go. That's a nice little photo. It's nice.
ほいじゃあねまた明日なのら
Goodbye, Kozupi. With a small wave and a smile, Kozupi disappeared in the direction of the station ticket gates. Santa and I watched her go. I would have preferred not to be alone with Santa, but it seemed like she wasn't in a leaving Shibuya mood yet. Maybe she was planning to start wandering around the area like she normally did. I wanted to head back home as soon as possible, but there was one thing I had to ask the resident giggle maniac Brainiac before I did. Even when I tried talking to her, the stern expression remained on her face. It was a lot better when Kozupi was here, but man, would it kill her to be a little more approachable? I assumed she'd heard me, so while my heart might have been beating out of my chest, I asked my question anyway.
コズピーの心の声もギガロマニアックスの能力なの
I didn't expect her to answer me. I expected her to just hit me with condescending heh and just leave it at that. Santa glanced at me once, then shifted her eyes towards the Jumbotron resting above the scramble crossing.
心の声はいわば妄想だ
She's constantly shooting out delusions. She replied,
梢はそれを他人のデッドスポットに送り込んでいるに過ぎない仕組みはさっき説明したものと何も変わらない送り込んだ粒子を映像ではなく音声に変換しているんだ電話と同じだな
Oh my god. We said that she didn't seem like a Dempa girl, I think. We said she didn't seem Dempa tier. And she's literally sending phone waves to people with her mind.
そして梢から心の声という妄想を送り込まれたことで
Like telephone EM waves or whatever
周
of
囲共通
sound
認識が成立した
directly to your mind. And then as Kozue sent the delusion, her inner voice to you, she and you established mutual recognition.
テレパシーで会話しているように思えるが全然違う
だったら僕の心の声はどうしてコズピーに届いたの
I hadn't sent any delusions to Cosby's dead spots. So, if what Senna was saying was true, it should have been a one-way conversation starring Cosby. And yet, despite that, we had a conversation with just our inner voices, several even.
他人の妄想を見ることができる梢は特にその能力が高い他人が垂れ流す妄想をほぼ強制的に見せられていると言ってもいい
See delusions? Was such a thing possible? I definitely couldn't do that. And if I couldn't, then I probably wasn't actually a gigalomaniac. Suddenly, Senna looked farther away from me, her gaze shifting from the Jumbotron to the crowds of people walking through the scramble crossing.
ギガロマニアックスとなったものは誰だろうと一度は壊れているんだよ
壊れたって何が
I mean, we've broken several times, so we must be the ultimate gigalomaniac.
心がだ梢は東京に来る前奴らに追い詰められて心を壊した
And so, Senna began to tell me about what Kozubi had experienced before she transferred schools. She began by saying that she had seen it in an image, one that she'd witnessed back when she first met Kozubi. Ever since she was a little girl, Kozue had possessed the peculiar ability to view the minds of others. Despite this affliction, Kozue managed to live a somewhat peaceful life by approaching her power in her own way, hiding it from others. Her change had begun with mirrors. Upon entering high school, Kozue began to see her reflection in mirrors more and more frequently throughout her daily life. At first, she believed it was only coincidence. It would only occur about twice a day. But as time went by, the frequency gradually increased. Kozue would encounter people holding mirrors more than 10 times in a single day. None of these encounters were particularly suspect, just people passing her by on the street holding a mirror, or a classmate fixing her makeup in the bathroom. However, regardless of whether these occurrences were mere coincidence or indeed intentional, Kozue would almost always see her own reflection in the mirrors. Eventually, all those who held the mirror began to make noises akin to suppressed laughter. In their minds, they called out to Kozue with the words, "Who are you?" In the classroom, on campus, en route to school, while shopping, everywhere Kozue went, these people would appear. What was this? Wait, what? So she just keeps accidentally projecting herself into mirrors? It was not a specific person perpetrating it. It was a different person every time. But in Kozue's eyes, anyone who possessed a mirror began to look suspicious. Anyone who suppressed their laughter around her began to look suspicious. Before long, even those without mirrors began to look suspicious, and Kozue began to face hallucinations in which they would all call out to her with, "Who are you?" She became nearly neurotic, and the voices present in the back of her head refused to leave. One day, Kozue mumbled something to herself in the mirror.
お前は誰?
Upon saying these words, Kozue felt an immense sense of fear, one that told her she truly did not know the answer. A girl with the same face as hers addressed her from the other side of the mirror.
お前は誰?
Ever since that day, Kozue could no longer speak. She was unable to look at herself in the mirror. Even still, the question of "who are you?" would continue to assault her. She did not even know whose voice it was inside of her head anymore. And due to another facet of her peculiar ability, much kin to a broken fax machine, Kozue would receive the voices of other people indiscriminately, regardless of if she desired to or not. She herself had no say in the matter. And thus Kozue's mind was torn to shreds. One day in her second year in high school, Kozue was cleaning the classroom at the end of the day. As she tidied up, 3 female classmates of hers, all with mirrors in hand, were whispering something among themselves. Mirrors, suppressed laughter. Then came the question, "Who are you?" Had it truly been the inner voice of one of her 3 classmates? Or had it just been a hallucination in Kozue's? Okay, so now if I'm understanding this right, she began to notice a lot of people with a lot of mirrors and think to themselves, "Who are you?" over and over again. Is that what I'm understanding? There's a thing that people are constantly doing when they look in the mirror. They think, "Who are you?" And now, okay. It did not matter. The reflection in the mirror found its way to Kozue's eyes, both of which were trembling in fear. For a moment, Kozue's vision blurred. Had it been intentional or coincidence? It did not matter. At that very moment, Kozue's mind, after facing endless strain for well over a year, finally broke. The event, accompanied by the sound of glass shattering. Upon realizing this, Kozue shrieked. No, screamed from the deepest depths of her lungs. Out of the corner of her eye, Kozue saw her D-sword and took hold of it for the very first time. She then proceeded to attack 3 classmates. Oh my god! The hands of the 3, each of which holding a mirror, were then severed by the real booted D-sword in less than an instant. She's like, "Oh, I got a sword. Time to kill." Like, instantly. Instantly. No hesitation. Oh, we're just gonna move on? Okay. Well, according to the minimum attendance chart, I didn't have to go to school today. But despite that, I was heading there anyway for one reason, and one reason only. To see Remy. I had no doubt that the DQNs in class would make fun of me just like they always did. It would definitely suck, but if it meant I could see Remy, I could endure it. As I passed through the school gate, I thought back to yesterday. When we parted, Senna had made it a point to say something.
お前が望むと望まないとに関わらず、負を正にするぐらいの強い意識を持つんだな。中途半端な気持ちじゃ妄想に食われるだけだぞ。
I didn't want to get involved in anything that sounded dangerous, so I opted not to ask anything else. Besides, I still didn't know how far I'd have to go to get my hands on a D-sword. I was no hero, just a useless piece of shit that couldn't even protect his own sister. But it was also possible that Shogun could show up again. He seemed to be playing with me, like it was some kind of game after all. Maybe he'd feel like sending me on another quest soon. Just the thought alone terrified me. I tried to grasp my D-sword, but even that was just to protect myself from him. Without that sword, how could I ever hope to escape his evil clutches? Maybe if Remy was by my side, like she said she would be, but she'd been absent from school lately, which worried me. What if she'd been taken hostage, just like Nanami? Was there anyone out there who could help me? They would have to be someone with a D-sword. Ayase couldn't because she was injured. Sana definitely wouldn't, and Cosme was a bit... No, she was fairly weird. My head looking squarely at the floor, I entered the classroom. Before taking my seat, I took a quick look around. I looked towards Remy's seat first. Empty. Was she taking today off too? Was it really that simple? Was she really just taking time off? I began to feel anxious. I wanted to see her. I wanted to see that cheerful face. Next, I looked over at Cosby's desk. There she is. She was in her seat, face down and huddled up. I was reminded of what Senna had told me yesterday. It now made sense why Cosby was always like that. Oh, wait, okay. I'm just trying to realize what happened with the story. So they would be looking in the mirror, they'd be laughing, and then they'd realize that she's in there, and then they would think, who are you? To, like, her, to Kozue. Because they're creeped out by her, I think? Is that what that meant? I'm still confused by the story. Anyways, morning, Kazupi. I didn't make eye contact, but I greeted her with my inner voice. Female DQNs were watching me, smirking. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. It was no different than yesterday. They'd all already labeled me as that otaku freak who said he was psychic and made an ass of himself on TV, and that label wasn't going away anytime soon. The male DQNs didn't seem to have arrived yet. It was pretty common for them to skip first period, and that was fine by me. I took my seat, but when I did, that voice called my name.
Taku, ohayo.
Remy? Are you here? Holy shit! Shocked, I looked up in a panic, and there she stood right in front of my very eyes, Remy! With a hint of shyness, she gave me a short wave.
久しぶり.
Yeah, what took you so long?
Remy.
It was an illusion. This was a definite presence. She was breathing. Her hair was rustling. She was blinking. If you wait long enough, she'll blink. Yeah, see, she just did it. She blinks. See, she did it again. Well, I mean, I looked at my VOD and I saw her do it. See, now she just did it again. She was right there. I felt a twinge in the back of my nose, a tightness squeezed within my chest. I felt like I was going to cry. So I sat down. I just froze with my head hanging down. I was so happy. I'd gotten to see her again.
ちょっとタク、どうしたの？もしかして泣い
I frantically shook my head. If DQN classmates found I was crying, they'd start making fun of me all over again. I told myself I couldn't cry, but the tears kept flowing.
わかった。私に再会できて嬉しいんだ。
A little bit. Yeah.
なんてね。ちょっと自意識過剰だったかな。
Even as she joked around so cheerfully, all I could do was continue shaking my head. I couldn't even look at her. If I did, I knew I'd really start bawling. Suddenly, someone clapped me on the back. Oh, you want to come back into my life, Misumi-kun? Oh, has it been like 2 weeks? Are you cool enough to hang with me now? It was Misumi-kun with an uncomfortable look on his face. His slap was a lot weaker than usual. You certainly had no issue ignoring me before. Why started paying attention to me now all of a sudden? Is it because I got a pink-haired waifu with me? Is that the reason why? I'm sure that you'll regret talking to me. You'll become the DQN's next target, just like me. Yeah, Rimi, Misumi-kun, even you. You'd both be better off not associating with an otaku freaking like me. I remained silent, but Misumi-kun forced a smile.
暗いな。朝から新規臭いぜ。ま、お前はそういうやつだって分かってるけどな。
And as harsh as his words were, I didn't get the feeling that he was joking or acting sarcastic. After all, it was pretty common for him to say stuff like that.
そういう大臣は朝から無駄に爽やかだね。
無駄にとか言うな。久々に学校来たと思ったらいきなりそれか。
じゃあ嘘くさい爽やかさ。
なたく、この言い草どう思うよ。
Yeah. I nodded ambiguously. The tears had somehow managed to stop. The usual routine was happening right in front of me. Both of them were completely oblivious to the fact that my standing in class had taken a steep nosedive.
そういえば、岸本のことを聞いたか。まだ入院中らしいぜ。怪我は大したことなかったんだけど、精神的にかなり参ってるらしい。
Well, I mean, that happens.
いがたく、女を落とすのに一番手っ取り早いのは、弱ってる時に優しくしてやることだ。というわけで俺、本気で岸本の見舞いに行こうかなと思ってるんだよね。
He really said, easiest way to a woman's heart when she's at her lowest. Just, act like you give a shit. Just pretend, just fake it. And it just works. So, yeah, on that note, I'm gonna go see her. That's my chance. Base.
今度こそ彼女さんに刺されるよ。
Yep.
お見舞いに行くだけだろ。別にやましいことじゃねえよ。
ほんの数秒前と言ってることが違うし。
そういえばタクって岸本と知り合いだったよな。な、一緒に行ってくんね。
It was the typical subject matter of Misumi-kun. I thought for sure he was gonna ask me about my psychic powers, but when he didn't, it caught me completely off guard. But instead of noticing, Misumi-kun went right back to what he was saying. And then, we fell into our usual routine. Misumi-kun talking and talking, Rimi occasionally butting in with a sharp jab, and me just giving vague responses. And the fact that it was no different than usual made me happy. I thought we were about to wake up for a delusion for a second, but we didn't. Bro, who is this super evil guy with a super evil smirk on his face? With a super evil cigarette, looking out at Shibuya with a super evil intent? At the top floor of Nozomi Group HQ, within the presidential office, Norose Genichi stood near a window, lighting a cigarette ablaze. Nozomi Group, an enormous corporate group with abundant subsidiaries, one that conducted business while being accompanied by licensed approval from the nation itself. A number of those subsidiaries then found success in a variety of business fields, from sales of clothing or groceries to managing sales and imports as a trading company. Naruse, who reigned above all as the apex of the group, looked below at the grand view of his castle. His conscious mind, however, was not gazing upon the scenery before him. Repeatedly tapping his foot against the wall in agitation, his lip curled in a sneer.
まったく。老人たちの相手は面倒ですよ。
These goddamn old politicians, they don't see the true plan.
そう思いませんか。彼らは臆病すぎる。だからこそここまでのし上がってきたとも言えるのでしょうが、利用するにもこうあれこれと横槍を入れられてはいい加減うんざりしてきますよ。現実は悲しいかな 300人委員会の影響力というものを侮ることはできません。ただいずれ近いうちにそのシステムも崩壊する。楽しみですか？私もですよ。
Who are you talking to? Are you talking to me? You talking to me, the player?
ここまで随分時間がかかってしまいました。
Cope。
プロジェクトノア。立ち上げからすでに5年余り。
Narase approached his personal desk. The solid desk of natural oak contained few ornaments of any note, adorned only with items one might find in a typical office setting. At the table's edge, however, a single copious object casually lay. Narase grabbed the green, strangely designed character in his hand. Upon giving it a single, disinterested glance, he promptly discarded it in the waste. Was it Gero Froggy? What is this? Did he just throw a Gero Froggy in the trash? His narrowed eyes turned to the dim room's interior. The rear of the room, where the moonlight could not reach, housed the slightest hint of another person. Oh no, wait. Are the Gero Froggies loaded with the fucking the beam things that he was sending out the otaku freaks with, like, the devices that test out? Are the Gero Froggies what's gonna send out the actual signal everywhere? And shit's fucked? Because it's everywhere in town? Is that what's going on here? The rear of the room where the moonlight could not reach housed the slightest hint of another person.
まさか君がギガロマニアックスだとは思いもよりませんでした。
Me? I was a Gigalomaniac?
どうやら神すらも私の味方をしてくれているようだ。君のサンプルを取らせてもらいますよ。
No, you don't get my sample.
何？怯える必要はありません。
That smirk is something to fear that you have right
私
now.
は元医師でしてね。
Once.
インフォームドコンセントは
Once
き
a
ちんと
doctor
しな
is
け
what
れ
makes you
ば
nervous.
気が済まないたちなのです。
But why aren't you a doctor anymore?
そもそもノア2のハードウェアはすでに完成しています。あと必要なのはソフトウェアの方でした。
Well, I'm a programmer, dude, so I can do the software for you. That's no big
そ
deal.
のために
Mind control the world with
君たち
delusions.
ギガロマ
I
ニアッ
can
ク
do
スの
that.
サンプルが多く必要なのです。
Okay, well, let's not grab my samples now. That's a little inappropriate.
正確に言うならば NA シナプスに関するコードサンプル。
My code?
脳の働きに指令を出す役割を果たしている部位のコードサンプルですよ。
What the fuck? Noradrenergic synapses. What the fuck are you saying, Jesse?
コードサンプルには個人差があります。持っている能力が高いギガロマニアックスは
Oh, synapses. That's the one.
シナプスもより活性化
Synapse is the word you want to help us
脳
out
のよ
with
り
here.
広い範囲にわたって効果を及ぼします。
You want to define synapses for us. Okay. Synapses are sites formed between neurons and other cells that receive and transmit neurotransmitters. Their shape resembles that of hands holding one another, but there is a gap of about 20 nanometers between each synapse. Transmitters move between these gaps, and when doing so, appear almost as if they are floating.
人間の脳は全体の10分の1しか使われていません。しかしギガロマニアックスは違う。残りの10分の9の部位も使っていることが分かっています。ギガロマニアックスの頭の中というのは実に興味深い。そのサンプルがノア2にとっていわば CPU の役割を果たすわけです。サンプルが多ければ多いほどノア2の能力は本物のギガロマニアックスに近づき、やがて超えるでしょう。納得してもらえましたか？
No, I do not.
結構。
I said no. Narase nodded in satisfaction, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he returned his view to the scenery beyond the window. Upon viewing it up close, the Shibuyan nightscape was the essence of vulgarity itself, leaving Narase solely with feelings of discomfort. His persistent belief of this remote location, however, was that it was more than adequate. Nevertheless, It would not be long before this nightscape would be a sight never to be seen again. The final experiment of his Project Noah, make sure of that.
世界が生まれ変わる日も近い。
It is the Garo frog he threw into the trash, but is it the next level that I was thinking? Where that's going to be sending out the signals too? Bro, what do you mean the chapter's not done? I thought the chapter was going to be done. Alright. It was lunch break. I usually skipped lunch. I had no one to eat with, and I didn't want to eat alone in the classroom. Recently, Remy had started asking me to eat with her, but since I was me, I would always get embarrassed and refuse in the end. That meant that my usual routine would be to leave the classroom and take refuge in a place I felt comfortable. Sometimes it was the library, sometimes it was the courtyard. But now that everyone in school knew my face, there was no place I could go where I could relax. The merciless gazes that pierced through me, the abuse and ridicule that was hurled at me. Today, too, I walked around the school being exposed to all of it. Eventually, I knew I had no choice but to duck into a private bathroom. But right when I was about to, I saw Anonymous walking down the corridor leading to the first-year building. It looked like she was walking alone toward the classroom. Yeah, you're gonna actually talk to her? Speaking of Anonymous, I hadn't spoken to her since the incident. I've been avoiding her for the entire week. And I've been doing it because I didn't know how to act once I saw her. I put my own life before hers. I was the worst big brother ever. It was only a miracle that Nanami had been released safe and sound. I had nothing to do with it. Maybe Shogun had told her that it was all my fault she'd gotten kidnapped. If she had, she would definitely be angry with me. Maybe she hated me. Maybe she didn't want to speak to me ever again. That was why I didn't have the courage to go talk to her. Now that I'd seen her, I was starting to worry about her once again, even after everything. I wondered if I had truly wronged her. I wondered if she had truly been injured. I wondered if she had been hurt mentally. For a moment, the memory of the hand resurfaced in my head. But I shook my head violently to ward it off. The severed hand, along with the bangle it was wearing, and the cell phone it had been holding. It had all been a delusion, a real delusion. Because the hand that disappeared from my refrigerator. Because the hand had disappeared from the refrigerator. Rather than thinking it somehow sprouted legs and walked away, it was far more reasonable to believe that it had never been there in the first place. The fact that Nanami was alive and well was proof of that. Before I knew it, I'd broken into a run. I was chasing after Nanami. Her figure got bigger and bigger. Her figure got bigger and bigger as I approached her. She hadn't noticed me yet. As she walked, she played with her hair with her fingertips in her right hand. And then we pounce. As I ran, I started to call out to her. On her right hand, the hand that was playing with her hair at the sleeve of her uniform ever so slightly slipped down. Suddenly, I was hit with a strange feeling, and I choked back the sound I was about to make. I stopped dead in my tracks. I had seen it. It had been an extremely trivial, truly inconsequential feeling, and yet, white. It was white. As if trying to conceal something. A white bandage. It was wrapped around, oh God, her right wrist. Okay, I won't. Oh, we cleared it. We got the achievement. Oh my God. Wait, what was that chapter even called? I don't even know. We're done. We did it. I did realize also as well, like, we haven't seen her, but why hadn't she tried to see us? Is there a reason? Is there a reason she didn't want to see us? Something happened to her? Probably. Horrible things. What did that say? IR2? IR2. Okay. We'll deal with that next time. Oh, congrats, gamers. We did it. Another chapter done of Chaos Head Noah. Thank you so much for coming to hang out. It is late. It is like 2 a.m. almost. We got book club tomorrow, 9 o'clock. And then we got... so we're doing Umineko book club tomorrow. And then Friday, I'm going to be busy. I think. As far as I know, I shouldn't be here. Saturday, I might be able to stream earlier in the day. Doing something. I don't know what yet. But I have to leave at around like 4 or 5 or something like that. I'm probably going to be gone all night. So if I do stream Saturday, it's going to be an early-ish stream, and it probably won't be very long. So I'll figure out what I want to do for that. I don't know, maybe some Persona 3 grinding or something like that. I don't fucking know. If I'm starting another chapter Chaos Head, it's going to take like 4 hours, so I don't know if we're going to be doing that. But it depends on what time I wake up, really. Or there's a chance there won't be a stream Saturday. Expect that, maybe, potentially. But we do have 2 streams planned for Saturday. River City Girls, and then the Finding Cinderella guide presentation, which I still have to finish typing out the draft for on Steam. You have to write the Steam guide as a draft thing and then publish it later. So that's what I'm doing now. I'm typing it all up, and then once it's ready, I'll publish it, and then we'll present it in the stream on Friday after we go through all of the remaining items that you have to get. And we'll present it. It'll be a whole thing. It'll be a fun time. Thanks so much for coming and hang out. I'll talk to you all later. Goodbye, gamers. Stay safe. Don't go crazy. Don't lose your minds.